Right, hello everybody. This soon the stream about the kangaroo court, Lindsay Clancy trial is about to begin, and it'll be nice to, although there's maybe a lot of sidebars, a lot of breaks and stuff like that. Pretty cool to see how the rest of this day goes, and it has not started yet, but any moment they should be going live. So yeah, we will be here. All right, so usually they're not on time anyway, and it is quite funny when they kind of act like they're going to be on time, but they're not on time. It's quite humorous that they're like that. So hello, we are about to. There isn't any moment now they could start the stream in the courthouse and bring the live on. General Kangaroo is never on time, in my opinion, or he has a lot of sidebars, a lot of breaks. Yesterday was, I think, pretty good. How interviewing the different doctors and seeing their take on the various different topics regarding Lindsay, and a lot of people are very heated about this trial. So it's, but everybody's free to have their own opinions, but it can get very heated because it's a very emotionally charged trial, is what I want to say, because it was a very uh, horror movie level things are occurring, because a lot of times in horror movies always have like some ghost or something doing a thing to a person, but in real life we have people, and I do believe so human psychology is very complex, more complex than what a lot of times people may realize. Good morning, Saw. It's good to see you, and good morning to you as well. It is really interesting how the mind could work, but of course we do not like it when people do evil or horrid acts, evil, horrid, whatever people want to use, definitely is at play here. So, yeah, psychology study is very interesting. And I just think that it just shows you how truth is stranger than fiction, because I don't always watch movies like I used to, but these things and these trials are way crazier than the movies that come out. All right, and let's go this way. All right, here we go. It looks like now they have launched the live, so that means everything is intact for them to do it. As I said, he likes to take his time to General Kangaroo likes to take his time to get it started, and there's gonna be a sidebar in the beginning. We'll see what this day holds, and later on in the day during lunch, and when this is over, we go to the Tupac trial. Tupac trial had some interesting witnesses yesterday that we saw. It's it's crazy. 30 years later, they're now doing it because the perpetrator self snitched. Yeah. These detailed discussions of the mind from both sides is good, and Red had a very good track record with his history with law, being a lawyer in this field, and said back and forth, there's all kinds of different fights and about this case specifically. So this year has been a very interesting year for trials. I will say that the Lindsay Clancy trial is bigger. It's nearly as big as the Depp trial. It seems. I've said that before, but I'm withholding my stance about that. I still stand by that. Tupac trial also the same. Chat doesn't always seem as big as it could be, but all over the place people are watching it, and like hundreds of thousands of people are seeing it. So that's another one. So those are two. I think the two biggest trials of this year is Tupac and the Clancy trial. I don't know what other trials they'll have until the end of the year, but those are the biggest ones for right now. There are two streams going, both are streaming the same thing. One where there's a notification about the Lindsay Clancy trial, then this one's sort of like the marathon type stream, the one that was from yesterday. So we watched a Darrell Brooks marathon, and it was funny seeing that again. Certainly, his actions are unbelievable. I don't either saw. I don't like her either. I think she is going to do that. I think the baboon is going to do that. And she's going to make herself an embarrassment again. A lot of people are saying real messed up things in those chats too. The chats, a lot of people aren't know better than her than the baboon. I do have companions that may not agree with my position on the trial, but I respect their opinion. I'm talking about more the NPCs, the people I don't know. They're just real vicious. So yeah, it's just that the lack of professionalism could really tell you about the person, and that's what we see in these trials. Okay, everything check. Okay, here it looks. No, I thought I saw something, but it's not doing anything. Interesting. I'm gonna put it this way so I can see it better. Oh, they definitely saw. Definitely, the psychological attacks was ridiculous. Yeah, agreed. Scared. And we're on day 16. Yeah, Judge General Kangaroo is either drinking from his flask or filling it up, or he's smoking, or he's having a coffee break. Yeah, he's that. He acts like the coach back in PE who would like take half the class to come, and we would all would clap for him when he finally came, and he would get so triggered. He was a cool teacher. He was cool people, but yeah, he would take a while to get to PE, and we're just like hanging out in the front gym, just in the back gym, just talking and stuff. Yeah. So this is what General Kangaroo is similar to that. It was funny. Yeah, he was cool people, and it's like people thought he wasn't really. He was a slow talk. He was a not as an enthusiastic with talking. I understood him, and he seemed pretty like stoic. You like look at him closely. He had humor to him, but everyone else didn't like him. They thought he was too monotone and too quiet when he was teaching something. But I don't know if it was because I was there or because he thought I was cool people. But I was liked everywhere. But or or I was just very good at analyzing them. But yeah, it was. So I guess the General Kangaroo is kind of similar to him. He's gonna. This dude's taking his time to get to court. Yeah, and yesterday they were having a lot of problems with the technology. The judge was even saying he had problems with the technology, and the technology was buzzing and making all kinds of cryptic noises. It was pretty crazy, and their courtroom seems they weren't really ready for whatever they're about to do. I mean, a courtroom. I'll tell you this: a courtroom or a courthouse, I should say, was we didn't have Wi-Fi, and while we were watching the trial, no one had any phones on. But when you're in a courtroom, the cellular data does not work at all. Like when you're in like the waiting room, no. But they have like Wi-Fi in there, and the Wi-Fi in there isn't like the greatest, and everyone else is using it. So it's a combination of reasons why a courtroom may not have the best internet signal. It's like being in a brick box. It's like a thick metal concrete box, pretty much. Yeah. I don't know if they turn off signals or if the building is so dense that it doesn't get through, or a combination of both. It's possible it could be a combination of both. But they have their own Wi-Fi inside the building. But yeah, it's but you feel the isolation from the outside world. You really feel it, and but it was an interesting experience. I do not know what the jury is going to do in this trial. I'm not exactly certain what her verdict's going to be. It could be a hung jury, but not entirely certain if it's going to be that or if it's going to be more or less a off situation where they just say, because of the insanity. People either way are going to be angry at the verdict. Yeah, and today I think is going to be another heated day in the trial. There's going to be more heated from the prosecution, from the hippo, and also from the other side. The defense will make their points and they will fight for their position too. 14 minutes ago, it was supposed to be in session. As I said, he's going to do his sidebar. He's going to do that. We're going to see what occurs. Sometimes I think the DA, the Commonwealth seems to know more than the doctors. That's what they give off the vibe of, and it's like when you're presenting yourself in a certain mannerisms, it makes yourself look bad, even if you're like no matter what you're saying. It makes the character, it's not as a bad character. It's something that people don't like. When people have a genuine character, people can tell. Because you want to make sure everyone has a fair and impartial trial. When people don't have that, you're just going to have a terrible dictatorship of cringe, like other countries. A good question, Saw. Reason why, in my opine, I think they are like that is because it's really an interesting thing that it's on video. Everybody's seeing it around the world. She probably feels she's backed up by a lot of people, and she thinks she has like a gotcha moment. Like she got the verdict in her favor. It's emotional instability. It's anger. It's like someone's getting angry and they believe that they made a point rather than thinking things through logical analysis. It's an emotional and prideful point, and she may be frustrated with the crimes that happened. What Here we go. Now they're here. Okay.
This court is now in session. You may be seated.
Here we go.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court hearing on the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Dennis Kirk and Assistant District Attorney Shane Reddington.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel.
Good morning.
Morning, Ms. Clancy. Before we get going, we may have a little bit of a delay actually starting at this point through no fault really of anyone. So I just kind of wanted to come out, so maybe we go sidebar, kind of talk about what the schedule is, and just so everybody's aware that we're trying to get this moving. So, counsel?
Oh yeah, I forgot about there was going to be a sidebar. So now I could finish what I was saying. So, yeah, I believe the person is just mean. They may be upset about the case, and they're letting their emotions override their logic. And there's an angry person that just doesn't have self-control. And they think they're making a gotcha moment, and they get their 15 minutes of fame on the television and on the computer screens and stuff. So that's my opine why she's like that. Yeah, so I hope that answers your question, Saul, about the prosecution. They they get angry. She's angry about the overly emotional about the case, and she's being mean to the relatives and stuff because it's a and they she thinks she did a gotcha or something good for the case, but it's actually more damaging to it. That's my opinions about it. You're welcome, Saw. I Yeah, I definitely believe they deserve respect. And as I said, just the anger. It's not really a winning situation, a winning play right there. It's no one wins. But yeah, I that is the anger and just like a vicious person like lacking empathy and believing they're doing an empathetic thing when they're not really doing an empathetic thing because she sees them as like an enemy, just trying to win a case over thinking about humans, the human being. And shout out to the sidebar that we're in. So I almost thought he was not going to do a sidebar for a second, and I would have been very shocked. But yeah, he did it. kangaroo judges bouncing off the walls right now, probably.
All right, so at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to be in recess, and we'll come back as soon as we can in regards to this. We'll resume the trial at that time. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Well, that was something. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. They're going to be back as soon as they can. Tupac is not starting until hours from now. So we're just kind of left stranded here. Okay. Well, let's do some catching up on the Tupac stuff. Something cool to look. Cool to do. Let's see. All right, so understood. Hello there, Saw. I see you. She says test. All right, so here it is. Here's a direct breakdown of the two rival Compton gangs that took sides in the East Coast West Coast rap war. The East Coast ally South Side Compton Crips. So these were the new. So in Compton there were two factions. One was for New York and hello, Saw. I see your test right there. It came through. And oh, okay, it must be the TV. Yeah, and I, I definitely, I definitely see Saw. I see all your comments, and that's it must be a TV. Yeah. All right. You're welcome. And so there was the East Coast Ally and the South Side Compton, and the street set South Side Crips. Key figure Dwayne Keefe Davis and his nephew Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. Hello, Grace. Yes, they are in. Oh, yes, I think yes. Uh, yeah, yeah. I'm talking to Saw, and okay. Grace says that she sees Saw Girl's comments. Okay, thank you. And so there's Dwayne Keefe Davis and his nephew Baby Lane Anderson. They served as the unofficial security and street muscle for New York-based Bad Boy Records for Sean Puffy Combs. Yes, I did, Grace. Absolutely. I wore her out till there was nothing left. Oh, you slept in this morning. Yeah. We had a big party last night, and it was fun. Yeah, I looked back earlier, and it was a couple of hours that it lasted. It was really cool. Where it's the the odd Darrell Brooks and his grounds and his subject matter jurisdiction. Yeah, yeah, it was interesting because seeing full scenes of the trials and they're going off on each other. It was pretty gold right there. Yes, extremely silly. He's extremely uh, being a buffoon, a fool. Southside Compton Crips were Davis, the defendant in the Tupac trial. With the West Coast ally Mob Peru Bloods, so those are the Bloods. Suge Knight was a key figure, CEO of Death Row Records. They were heavily integrated in Death Row. Suge Knight bankrolled the gang, hired them as executive staff and security, and Pac Shakur wore their custom Death Row medallions, aligning himself fully with the West Coast faction. Oh, well, Grace, I'm glad that it was a relief. Oh, Saw Girl isn't commenting right now. That's why you don't see her. But she is listening. Weird. And yeah, so yeah, Grace, you told I was kind of in a half asleep state, and I was with Bubbles, and you're telling me about all the cars are knocked over, and these tornadoes just came in and wrecked everything. It was the War of the Tornadoes, rather than War of the Worlds. And yeah, I was glad that we were up and we were here for you to see a better type of situation and take your mind off things. Well, and I'm glad that you were safe. So, Grace, did you hear any of the tornadoes and the storms, or was it oh, at all? Because sometimes, like when I'm sleeping, I don't hear anything around me. Sometimes Sawgirl said my TV chat is messed up. Can't see comments. I can see Chat on phone. Oh, okay. That's been happening the last 2 days with YouTube server. Oh, okay. So Grace has been having the same issue. So Saw, it must be a YouTube glitch. I know about website development, and YouTube's a very complex thing. I'm not judging anybody, but you know, I'm okay. I have to say this. YouTube could do a better job with the way they handle these things. At the darn TV signals and stuff. It's goofy. Okay, it really is. Oh, okay. Understood, Grace. I yes. We see your comment. I see your comments, Girl. Do you see her now? She just wrote a test. Okay, Grace sees her. Okay, Grace sees the test comment. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we see you, Saw. Yeah, I see Saw on my phone. Also, yeah. Shout out the chat. Shout out the chat. Last night, Check kept freezing over and over and kept waiting me to report or block Alien. Wow, YouTube really is something else. Wow. Yeah, it's they could do better than that, but there'll be something else at some point where there could be a chat where it won't be glitching like this. It'll happen, all right? So it'll be fixed in the future. But yeah, I just it's hopefully YouTube can patch up these problems. It's very strange. Definitely. Yeah, but Grace, I definitely had a very fun night with you. It was awesome. Yeah, Tupac was in. He was not in a gang, but Tupac was a. He was an individual who was working for a record company, which was Suge Knight, but his close allies were a gang, and sometimes he would join in because they were like the bodyguards of security. So he would just go and join them in that direction. Oh, that's good. That's good, Saul. All right. Let's see. Reading something. Could Johnny Depp be seeing some headlines here? Could Johnny Depp be ready to step back into one of his most famous roles? The producer Jerry Buckerheimer says Depp is discussions of reprising his role as Captain Sparrow in the six Pirates of the Caribbean films, nearly a decade after Disney cut ties with the actor. This may be. This has many fans asking, will Johnny Depp be cast? Understood, Grace. In the next Pirates of the Caribbean film, the sponsor of Fox, Kalshis, predicts 62% chance of his return. All right. And Saw says that would be fantastic. Oh, gotcha. Oh, I would love to see, the Pirates of the Caribbean. I thought they all were good, but the current one that he did, I personally thought it could have been done better, but considering the circumstances he was under, he did great. It was a really good movie. I enjoyed it. Like to see the new stories they have in store for us for the pirate movies. I'll say all the pirate movies are pretty good. Like I'd say they're all fantastic, really, each one of them. And they did take spaces in between making them. And yeah, she really slandered Depp. Turd. She really slandered him. I believe it was Pirate 6 that will be coming out. Oh, she said, what was the last pirate movie? The last pirate movie was Dead Men Tell No Tales. It came out in 2017. And it was similar kind of to the second one, but with new villains. Yeah, the collection on Disney Plus. Awesome. Yeah, the first one was Curse of the Black Pearl, to 03. Dead Men's Hell No, Dead Men's Chest. That's my favorite one. 06, At World's End. 07, On Stranger Tides, and 11, and Dead Men Tell No Tales in 2017. And there's gonna be a sixth one. The sixth one is gonna be coming out. Yeah, the last one that came out had to do with the undead sailors, which was pretty cool. That was similar to the one from Dead Man's Chest. That one was my favorite, as I said. It just they went to so many different islands and things. It was it was a diverse landscape. It wasn't just like one spot. It was everywhere. Oh, she was very good. Yeah, that was the Fountain of Youth. That was in 2011, which was on Stranger Tides. Was what the movie was called. World's End was they're trying to they're fighting the East India Company, and they were fighting the ones all over the pirate extermination campaign, Davy Jones, and it had a lot of Asian theme to it. The one with Stranger Tides, the one you like saw, that one had to do with a while back, a long time ago, where there was Blackbeard, who was a historical pirate, and Penelope's character was the daughter of the of Blackbeard. They're trying to find the Fountain of Youth. It was Spain versus. There's some scenes with Spain versus England, Britain, well, technically Britain. It was pretty cool. I thought it was very well done. The scenes of the Spanish ships were really impressive. Yeah, it was really nice. Yeah, definitely a funny one. Curse of the Black Pearl was the beginning, where they're just sort of introducing the characters, and they have some unanswered questions, and there's some mysterious ships burning, and they have Port Royal, things like that. going on. The Dead Man's Chest is really more about Davy Jones, and you know what they should have done? They should have made prequels to the pirate movies because Captain Sparrow. What happened with him was, hello, Grace. I can see you, Grace. I had a. There's two different streams on Grace. That is, and that's why. And I had something else over that window, but yes, I can. Oh, a Saw Girl is in the other stream, and my bad for not telling you sooner because I had something else I was looking at. And yeah, if there's another stream that's live now, that she's on. There's two streams on right now. She's on the other stream. You're about to go crazy. I know you probably thought you're about to go crazy for a second. Yeah, I should have told you that. Okay, so but thank you for understanding. Not any comments on pirates going out, coming back in. Still no comments. Okay, and Grace said, "Hello, Sawgirl." That's good. And Saw thought the chat was broken. Saw said in the other one, "Did you see Deadpool and Wolverine?" I love that movie. Yeah, those I saw those. I saw that movie. Those two are very good movies. Yes. Scared. Yeah, she said, "Alien, can you see me going in? Come back in." So no comments. Hey, you thought it was broken. Scared. Okay, so both of them. Okay, Grace is in the other. She found the other stream. Both of them are the right streams. The reason why the other one is set up is so a notification comes out for people to know that I'm streaming the trial, because I did the marathon stream that was on since yesterday, so I wanted to do another one so people could know that there's a live going on. Because if I don't put people won't know there's a live going on. So it is a bit complicated today, the way I have it set up. But both of them are correct. But yeah, you have to, with the different groups of different chat groups, they could choose one or the other to go into. Grace found the other one. I see you, Duke, over in the other chat. Grace said to Duke, "Good morning, Duke," and she is now over in the other chat that Sawgirl recently left. Grace is over there now. Okay. Both streams are streaming the same thing because Lindsay Clancy's on a break right now. And I mean, I can end one and just let the other one be there. It's something I could do. But yeah, it was. Yeah, with the pirate movies, they were extremely well done. I liked the different beaches and the different beaches they went on. They had lots of costumes and merch for the pirate movies. I always thought was cool. Oh, understood, so. Hilarious, Duke. Yeah, the technology is Timu. Yeah. Timu technology machine.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
First, the recommendation that Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury? Yes. All right.
Court, all rise, please. Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. Nice to see all of you. I appreciate you being here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go over the questions that you know are coming, and then what we'll do is we'll get right back into the case. So the first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. And so what we're going to do now is we broke yesterday. There was a witness on the stand who was testifying on behalf of the defense. We're going to return to that witness at this point. And so if the witness could retake the stand at this time. Yeah.
Morning.
Good morning. Do solemnly swear that the testimony made in the truth of the court and the jury that the happening between the Commonwealth and the defense shall be the truth of the truth and the truth of the law.
I do.
You may have safe.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, I'm going to try to just redirect towards the interview that you had of Lindsay regarding her journey. On November 29th of 2022, do you recall which healthcare provider she visited?
I believe that Ms. Clancy saw Ms. Jolee for treatment.
That would be nurse practitioner Gelada?
Yes.
Do you know what she complained on November 29th that her symptoms were?
She was having issues with unstable mood, depression, and psychotic symptoms of disassociation.
Did she also, on that date, November 29th of 22, complain that she had what is referred to as a flattened effect?
Yes, and that was also paired with derealization.
And what does that mean?
That an individual experiencing derealization doesn't feel things are real when they look around. They don't think that what they're seeing is in the reality that they're in.
Now, at this time, towards the end of November into early December of 22, she was living in Duxbury, is that correct?
That's correct.
And she's living with her husband and her 3 children, 3 young children, correct?
Yes.
And was the husband working?
Yes.
Where was he working?
Pardon me, Attorney Redding?
Where was he working?
He was working for Microsoft, but in a home office that was in the basement of the house.
And she's obviously taking care of Callan the infant and Dawson and, Cora.
Yes.
And the kids were in school a couple of days a week in the preschool, the Little Sprouts or something like that, right?
Yes.
So did she improve at that point, sir, or did she end up going to South Shore Perinatal Clinic on December 2nd?
She did not improve. She was getting worse. She did go to the South Shore Perinatal Clinic.
And would that be on December 2nd?
December 2nd, yes.
And what was the reason, what were her complaints that brought her to South Shore Perinatal Clinic on December 2nd?
She felt that her brain was damaged. She felt that she should kill herself. And she's never going to get any better.
Did she also express fear that people could hear her thoughts and that anything adverse would happen in her life regarding being a mother and having children?
Yes, that's called thought broadcasting.
And what was her concern about the children?
Her concern was that when people could hear her thoughts, her children would be removed from her care.
Now, and keep your voice up, please.
Yes.
Did she indicate, and I quote, that she had bad and intrusive thoughts, and she didn't even feel that they were like mine, telling me I should kill myself, my brain is damaged, you're never going to get better?
Yes.
And did that type of intrusive thought or persecutory thought continue for a period of time?
Yes. So it got worse.
Did it get so bad that she ended up doing something?
Yes, that's correct.
What did she do?
She called the suicide hotline.
And do you know when that was, sir?
That was December 4th, 2022.
Did she receive any help from the suicide hotline?
She did not.
Why is that?
They told her she did not meet the standard of care because she did not have a plan.
Did she call the suicide hotline again, if you're aware?
Yes, she did.
Do you know when that was? Was that in December?
Yes, I believe that was perhaps the following week around the 15th, but I'm not positive about that.
Did she receive help on the second call that she called the suicide hotline?
No, she did not.
Can you tell us at this point now, we're talking about in December, let's say towards December 15th or thereabouts, what were her symptoms at that time regarding any complaints or observations that she had about paranoia or things of that nature?
Yes. She was having paranoid symptoms of psychosis, and she was getting more depressed.
Did she make any comments about DCF or the police at that point?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, did she ever have any involvement in her entire life with the police?
Never.
And did she express that she was in fear or concerned about DCF and or the police in the middle of December 22?
Very much so.
What did she say?
She was worried that her children would be removed from her and that she would never see them again.
Now, at this point, what medication was she on? First paragraph, page 9.
She started to take, at that point, Seroquel, Remeron, and Klonopin.
Did she make any complaints at that point about the effect, if any, of medications?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she felt like a zombie.
Did she present with any particular medical observation that you refer to?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, paragraph 1 on page 9, you indicate she presented with anhedonia.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Anhedonia is a word that means without pleasure. when someone has anhedonia, they cannot enjoy life, they don't laugh, they have no pleasure.
Continuing on into December, what was her status of her condition of depression and symptoms of paranoia and intrusive thoughts, et cetera, that we've talked about?
It continued unabated.
On December 15th of 22, right before the holidays, did she go somewhere?
Yes, she did.
Where'd she go?
She went to the clinic in Rhode Island, Parents and Women's Clinic, partial day hospitalization program.
And she didn't get any help there either, right?
That's correct.
Did she go at some point around that same time frame to Mass General Hospital?
Yes, she did.
Now, you knew that she worked at Mass General Hospital for 9 years, right?
That's correct, in labor and delivery.
She wasn't there visiting friends, right?
That's correct.
Why was she there?
She was there in the emergency room to seek help.
Did she get help on that day?
She did not.
So after going to the MGH ER, at some point in December 30th, what did she do?
She went back to the emergency room at Mass General.
Now, for example, on December 15th, did Pat Clancy, her husband, get involved with her medical treatment?
Yes.
And do the medical records indicate that he did something with her?
Yes, he brought her to the partial hospitalization program in Rhode Island.
Did he also bring her to the Mass General Hospital ER?
Yes, he did.
Did he also bring her to see the doctor or the nurse practitioner, Gelada, and complain about the medication?
Yes.
So, December 30th, or 31st of 2022, she was admitted voluntarily to McLean, right?
That's correct, yes.
How long was she there for?
She was there till the 5th. She was discharged January 5th, 2023.
Was that a voluntary discharge? They cleared her as well to be discharged?
Yes.
That was not what is referred to as AMA, or against medical advice, right?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, that's not AMA. It's not against medical advice. She was following hospital guidelines. She was discharged accordingly.
And she wanted to go to her daughter's some function?
She wanted to go to her daughter Cora's birthday party, which was held on the 7th of January.
Now, at this point, what was her status? Was she weaned off of medication, or on her way to being weaned off of medication when she got out of McLean?
I believe so, yes. She was being tapered down on her medication.
And what was the medication that she was tapered down on?
I believe it was Seroquel and Klonopin.
Did her intrusive thoughts and the paranoia, did that abate? Did that stop?
It did not.
Now, when she was home in the month of January after Cora's birthday, which I think was on January 7th, did she continue to have these intensive, intrusive thoughts?
Yes.
Can you tell us, when we say intrusive thoughts, is she referring to intrusive thoughts like you might think of something coming up next week that's bothersome, or is this a indication, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree, of medical certainty as to what she was experiencing at that point in January of 2023?
She wasn't just having everyday thoughts that we all have, reminding ourselves to do something, which we make note of, and then we move on. Intrusive thoughts are unrelenting. They don't stop. They're what we call ego dystonic. You don't want them. They keep interfering with your ability to get through the day.
Did she have, at this point, intrusive thoughts continuing regarding voices in her head that she heard constantly?
Yes.
What were these voices saying to her?
They were getting worse, and they were telling her to kill herself.
And as January continued, she was, to your knowledge, using her computer to look up drugs and interactions and side effects and things of that nature?
Yes.
If a person is in a psychosis, or as I think you said premorbidly, psychosis, are they able to do things like look up things on a computer?
Yes.
And you're aware that she actually at one point looked up, can you cure I think a sociopath or a psychopath or something like that.
A sociopath, yes. She
Is
looks
that indicative of her feeling that she is a homicidal maniac and has to have some help, or is that in the same time frame that she was Googling all of the effects of medications on a human being?
Is it an objection?
Yes.
Yeah, sustained.
So during the period that she was Googling, well, let me ask you, what was she Googling?
Googling words about sociopaths, sociopathy. Can you treat a sociopath? What are hallucinations?
What else?
Bear with me one moment, if you don't mind.
Well, you had a chance. Did you look at the Google searches that she had
Yes.
done that's in evidence and the jurors were able to look at it?
Yes.
Did she continue to Google the effects of medication, psychosis, numbness, heaviness, unable to, things like that?
Yes. All things that are related to the way
And if
she
a
was
person
feeling.
is in a psychotic state, are they able to continue to Google and use a computer to look things up?
Yes.
They're able to use a phone?
Yes. People who are in that state can do things that they've done before. New tasks may be difficult, like changing a tire, but if you looked up things on the internet, you can look them up again. If you drove a car, you can drive a car.
Now, the morning of January 24th, I believe she went somewhere. Is that right?
Yes.
Where'd she go?
She's taken her daughter to a pediatrician, a standing pediatrician appointment.
And is it your understanding, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that a person who's in a psychotic state is able to drive a car for a short distance, go to an appointment, and interact and talk to people?
Yes, they can do everyday tasks of living.
So the fact that she's not talking about the unicorns in the corner, and she's not slurring her speech, and she's not unable to walk, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, does that mean that she's not in a psychotic state?
It does not.
Would you tell us, after she took Cora to the doctors, and the jurors have had a chance to look at the exhibits, there's photographs between her and her husband, Pat, back and forth. In the afternoon, what did she do?
She built a snowman in the backyard
Did
with
she
two of her kids.
later in that day Google directions to a restaurant, 3V restaurant, I believe?
Yes.
Is that something that a person can do when they're in that type of a state?
Easily.
Did the
Yes.
voices or the intrusive thoughts to your interview and your understanding abate or stop at that point on January 24th?
No.
Did they continue?
Yes.
And did she communicate by text with her husband about getting dinner and getting something from CVS?
Yes.
And what was it? Was it Pedialyte?
Pedialyte or Flexlax, it's a stool softener for her child.
And that's something that was prescribed by the doctor, right?
Yes.
Does that make sense, that if somebody is in a state where they're having these symptoms, that they're able to remember that the doctor wanted the child to have Pedialyte, and she tells her husband to get Pedialyte?
Yes, it does not interfere with that type of everyday living.
She indicated to you, sir, that that evening after the husband had, oh, by the way, was it your understanding from talking to her that the husband had taken trips, gone away for weekends, gone on ski trips, had brunches with his friends, and was out of the house on a regular basis?
Yes.
That night is when the children were killed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we've heard repeatedly about the circumstances of the going out the window and the weather and the damages and the injuries and going to the hospital. Doctor, based on your review of all of the medical records, did you administer any testing, by the way, to her? Like you were talking about psychological testing?
Yes.
And what were the psychological tests that you performed?
Initially, I did a mini mental status exam, MMSE. It's just a common test
Wait a
about
minute.
orientation.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Oh,
NSE? What is that?
MMSE, mini mental status examination, very common test,
Okay.
demonstrating whether someone has a field of knowledge, who's the president, what direction should travel, and basic things like where are you, what day is today, who are you? And then I did another test as well.
What other test was that, sir?
That's the HARE Psychopathy Checklist, HARE.
What does that do?
That's a measure of antisocial personality disorder.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty based upon the scale that you used to assess whether or not Lindsay Clancy had anti-personality disorder?
Yes.
What was the result?
The result is that she does not have any type of antisocial personality disorder, also known as sociopathy.
In addition to reviewing the medical records and testing and meeting with her, did you also interview third parties?
Yes.
Is that referred to in the psychology as collateral contacts?
Yes.
And you reviewed and interviewed a number of people in her family or friends or people in her social circle, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, sir, to a reasonable degree? Well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with Mass General Hospital doing a major research program on postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And did they publish an article, a significant article, regarding the circumstances, symptomology, and things of that nature of postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that the symptoms of postpartum psychosis would be depression? Is that one?
Yes.
Did Lindsay, to your opinion, have depression?
Yes.
And were there indications from your review of the medical records that she felt low, flat, tearful, emotional, crying?
All of those things, yes.
Did she also express anxiety, feeling tense, nervousness?
All of those things, yes.
Did she also express feelings that she was withdrawn, not able to socialize with people, wanting to talk or be near others?
All of those things as well, yes.
She indicate that she felt tired, heavy, without energy?
Absolutely, yes.
Did she indicate that she was having a harder time taking care of her children?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was having issues regarding personal hygiene, not bathing, things of that nature?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she had severe confusion in actually hearing or seeing things that aren't there? In her case, it would not be seeing, that would be visual hallucinations. But did she complain of hearing things that weren't there, hallucinations?
Yes.
Did she complain of thoughts and beliefs that were not within reality and that she was in a disassociated state,
Yes.
out of reality?
Yes.
Did she indicate that, did you observe that there were circumstances where she exhibited increased energy, activity, productivity, otherwise known as hypomania?
Yes.
Did she complain that she had racing thoughts, a, quote, busy brain, end quote, increased creativity?
Yes.
And when she said in your review of the medical records that she was having a busy brain, did she express the fact that she would get confused and that she thought her brain was damaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was she restless and agitated, unable to keep still,
Yes.
unable to sleep?
Yes, extremely unable to sleep.
So can you tell this jury, sir, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty based upon all of what you have reviewed, all of what we have talked about, all of what you have considered, as to whether or not at the time of this incident resulting in the killing of these 3 little kids that she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, such as that she lost substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her act, or, in the disjunctive, was unable to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Yes.
Tell the jury what your opinion is, please.
My opinion is that she did have indeed a mental disease or a defect. That's a legal construct, not a DSM-5 one, but she had bipolar disorder with postpartum psychoses. In addition, she was unable to conform her behaviors to the rule of law, and she had no appreciation for the wrongfulness of her act.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, Commonwealth?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So, yesterday, when you first took the stand, Attorney Reddington asked you a little bit about your background. Recall that?
Yes.
And you, in this field of being a psychologist and a forensic psychologist, you circulate a curriculum vitae where all that is outlined, right?
Yes.
And fair to say, you testified yesterday, and on your curriculum vitae, you speak briefly about the fact that you have previously testified for the Commonwealth, you said, as well as for the defense, correct?
Yes.
You referred to defendants and respondents, right?
Yes.
And so one of the things that you've done in the past is to be what's called a qualified examiner, right?
Yes.
You are currently not actively doing those examinations, are you?
I actually have done one, but I don't actively do that anymore.
Okay. And so in those respects, is that when you say you testify for the Commonwealth, is that primarily the work that you would do where you say you testify for the Commonwealth?
Yes.
And in those evaluations that you do, is it fair to say that you're actually an independent contractor with a company that contracts with the Department of Correction on those cases?
Those are what qualified examiners are. That's correct. That's how you become a qualified examiner through the DOC.
Right, and you're an examiner, a qualified examiner, is retained or takes work in doing evaluations in order to perform independent assessments, are they not?
Yes.
So they're not hired by the Commonwealth.
They are, because the company that retains the qualified examiners is hired by the Commonwealth, and these forensic psychologists are then appointed cases to do these types of examinations. So it's under the big umbrella of the Commonwealth.
So, yeah, big umbrella Commonwealth, meaning Department of Correction, an agency that is under the seal of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But as far as when we talk about Commonwealth, like Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, that's the prosecution. In those proceedings, the Department of Correction sometimes is the moving party, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it's the district attorney's office who's the moving party.
Yes.
But it's never the defendant who's the moving party.
Never.
And in those types of proceedings, sometimes if you opine a person is what they call sexually dangerous, you would testify for the Commonwealth, right?
Yes.
And if they're not, or if you find that they're not sexually dangerous, you'd testify for the respondent.
Yes, we're neutral.
So you're not
Testify with
testifying
facts.
for the Commonwealth. As in the prosecution, you're testifying under the big umbrella of the Commonwealth.
I think it's a matter of semantics, because if you do an evaluation and you render an opinion that this patient is sexually dangerous, when you testify, you are working with the district attorney's office and you review your case with the DA. And the way I see it is that you're testifying for the Commonwealth as an independent examiner, but on that day, you're testifying for the Commonwealth or that DA's office.
And you haven't done that work in closely a decade, fair to say?
No, that's not true.
Well, pre-pandemic, correct?
That's not true.
So when was the last time you testified for the Commonwealth, meaning the prosecution, in an SDP proceeding?
So I was assigned a case through Suffolk County, the Sexual Dangerousness Unit, by ADA, Kelly Ryan, Kelly. And I did that evaluation on July 2nd, 2026.
And have you testified at a probable cause hearing for that?
No, I wrote a report which was in lieu of testifying.
where you opined that somebody was sexually dangerous?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say, though, the majority of your work here in Massachusetts over the last few years is contracted with the Committee for Public Counsel Services, correct?
Yes.
And for the fiscal year of 2024, you were paid by CPCS in the open checkbook for approximately $340,000 worth of time and work.
That's about right. We get paid a fixed rate. It's a government rate that's assigned to all examiners.
And for the fiscal year of 2025, it was approximately $300,000 that you were paid through the Committee of Public Counsel Services.
That sounds about right.
You also indicated yesterday that you have known Attorney Reddington for a number of years, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say you've done quite a bit of work with him over the years?
That's an expansive term, but
It
I
just
work with
requires
him.
a yes or a no.
Yes.
And you've also testified that you have your doctorate in clinical psychology, right?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday, or you told us a lot about your military experience, but as you sit here today, you are not a prescriber of medications here in the Commonwealth, are you?
I am not.
You
And
don't have a
I was not yesterday either when I was asked about that.
Right. You told us all about your experience in the military and having that limited ability to prescribe years ago. But as far as you sit here today, and in your evaluations that you do today, you don't do forensic psychiatry evaluations, do you?
That's correct, but I just want to clarify for a point of accuracy. I was not in the military. I worked for the Department of State.
I believe I said your work with the military, but thank you. So here in Massachusetts, you conduct primarily you conduct evaluations in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes, for the most part.
And you are aware that there are particular standards for forensic psychologists working within the criminal justice system, right?
Yes, but just to be a little more clear, forensic psychologists such as myself also work for police departments doing evaluations for fitness for duty. So although they're law enforcement, they're not engaged or accused of any criminal activity.
Well, I'm referring to your role when you come into the court and you testify, as you are today, as a forensic psychologist. That's what I'm referring to. You're aware that there are particular standards in place by the ABA criminal justice, mental health standards is one of them, right? You're familiar with that?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the American Psychological Association specialty guidelines for forensic psychology?
Yes.
And fair to say that with those standards, they're not required, but people are encouraged to follow them, right?
I think that's fair to say.
And the criminal justice, the ABA criminal justice mental health standards actually identify the different types of roles that forensic evaluators have in the criminal justice system, including evaluating, consulting, and treating, right?
Yes.
And so, fair to say standard 7-1.3 indicates that for evaluative experts, the obligation is to make a thorough and impartial assessment based on sound evaluative methods to reach an objective opinion. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And so, again, in the American Psychological Association specialty guidelines, section 1.02 indicates that forensic practitioners strive to be unbiased and impartial and avoid partisan presentations of unrepresentative, incomplete, or inaccurate evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Is that a standard you strive to follow?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, you indicated that you've been with the case since February 4th of the year 2023, correct?
Yes, 41 months.
And you've authored a report, you said, in June, I believe, of 2026, correct?
Yes.
But you've also offered other reports or updates of the defendant's condition over the years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you provided a report, an update, I should say, in July of 2025.
Yes.
Do you recall that? And in that report, you identify that as of July 23rd, 2025, that the defendant was residing at Tewksbury Hospital. Do you recall that? Putting that in?
Yes.
And that there was a planned transfer to Worcester Recovery Hospital, or Worcester Recovery Center and Hospital. Do you recall writing that?
I don't know if it was a plan. It was a hope and a goal, but it was not an official plan.
Well, I can provide you with your report if you'd like to review, but it reads, currently, Ms. Clancy resides at Tewksbury Hospital with a planned transfer to Worcester Recovery Center and Hospital.
That sounds right. Yes.
Okay. And that she is presently medication stabilized and is in the process of discontinuing most, if not all, psychotropic medications, demonstrating an emerging capacity to stabilize without them. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
So in July of 2025, it was your opinion that she was stable and she would be, hopefully, as you say, transferred to a different facility, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that currently she's still at Tewksbury Hospital?
Yes.
And currently she's still taking psychotropic medications?
That's true. Yes.
I think you also write in that report, I'll strike that. Going back to your most recent evaluation in June of 2026, you would agree with me that in an evaluation for criminal responsibility, being a forensic psychologist, it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your reports, correct?
Yes.
You want to make sure you get the facts right, right?
Yes.
Because your evaluation is not just based on what you learn from the individual you're evaluating, but also an independent review, an unbiased review of the records of the facts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So in your report, you indicate that the period of evaluation that you had with this individual is approximately 45 hours. Do you recall writing that and testifying about that yesterday?
I think I actually said I've met with her a total of 45 hours, but the evaluation was more than 35 hours, and I think it was 37 hours.
Okay. And you also said yesterday that in addition to that, you've met with her several other times for a total of approximately 60 times at least.
Not 60 additional times, but in total, yes, since the court trial has started a few weeks back.
Okay. Is that typical for you to spend 35 hours with a person that you're evaluating?
It does happen, but it's not typical.
You also indicated yesterday that one of how you became involved in this case is Attorney Reddington called you and asked you to go check on the, I think you said mental well-being. Is that what your
Mental
testimony
health
is?
or mental well-being at the time of her admittance to Brigham and Women's Hospital, which was roughly late January 2023.
And your first time there was February 4th, correct?
Yes.
Were you examining her as a potential patient at that point?
I was examining her as a colleague and friend of Attorney Reddington to see how she was faring. There was no predetermined notion whether I would be interested or willing or even offered the opportunity to take the case. I was just going to meet with her, given the fact that she was in a bed in ICU, locked to the bed frame, and no one was able to visit her.
So you went in to visit her?
Yes.
And when you went in to visit her, you indicated that she had recently been extubated in your testimony yesterday. You're aware from the review of the records that she was extubated on January 28th.
Yes. So the difference between January 28th and February 4th, I didn't know the date at that time, but I knew she was able to breathe on her own and express
And you're
verbal
aware-
language. Yes, expressive language.
You're aware that she had been communicating with staff at the hospital, including psychiatrists, right?
I don't know if I knew at that time, but I knew she had been speaking with the doctors and staff,
Well,
but not specifically who it was.
A person who goes through major trauma and is at a hospital and has made suicidal attempts, in your opinion, it would behoove the hospital to have that person talk to a psychiatrist, correct?
Yes. Overruled.
Yes.
Now, in addition to meeting with the staff and the psychiatry team, prior to your arrival, were you aware that she had an attorney that had came to visit her a few times? Not Mr. Reddington, but a different attorney.
Yes, I don't know how many times, but I am aware that there was an attorney, Gelb, who was somehow involved in the case.
Okay, so there was somebody that came in to see her prior to you coming in to see her.
Yes.
Now, you testified yesterday that you performed a mental status exam that day on February 4th. Do you recall that?
I do.
Where in your report or the previous report from July or your June report do you outline the results of your mental status exam?
There is none, because if someone's not capable of just explaining who they are, where they are, and if they're clear of mentation and thinking, then I'll meet with them. But if they're not, I won't. So it's a sine qua non. You do that just to make sure you can keep meeting with them and that they are able to understand what you're talking about. Standard practice.
But you indicated yesterday that she did know who she was, right?
Yes.
She didn't know where she was.
Yes.
But I believe your testimony was that she did remember what happened, but she was foggy as to what happened.
Yes, that's correct.
And she actually, according to your testimony yesterday, asked you for your phone or to access your phone to make a phone call. Is that correct?
Yes.
So she was able to communicate with you.
Yes.
She asked you for something and you clearly understood what she was asking for.
Yes.
And you indicated that she asked to call her husband, right?
Yes.
Had you spoken with her husband before that time?
I did not speak with him at that time. I didn't know him, and I had not spoken to him prior to that time.
So how'd you get the phone number to call him?
I did not have the phone number to call.
So she provided you with a phone number to dial so that she could call him on speakerphone, right?
Yes.
And she remembered the number?
Yes.
And so you indicated on that day, on February 4th, that she left a voicemail, right?
Yes.
So in that voicemail message, were you able to identify that it was Patrick Clancy's phone? Did it say, hey, this is Pat, leave a message, or something to that effect?
I don't remember the salutation from the voice recording, but there was no evidence that it was not Patrick Clancy.
And as far as her confidence in the number, she gave it to you with no issue, did she not?
That's correct.
She didn't have her own cell phone to refer to, did she?
That's correct.
Or a pad of paper where all the numbers were written down?
She didn't?
You indicated that she left a message. Do you recall what the message was?
She expressed a love for him, wanted to know how he was doing, and that was pretty much it.
And again, you said that you didn't write down what the mental status exam was, but the fact that she was able to relay that message, was it clear and coherent, what she was saying?
Yes, mental status exams are multiple levels. Different things are asked. If you don't know where you are, it doesn't mean you can't have a conversation with someone.
And she was able to have a conversation with you that day?
Yes.
Now, you said you went back on February 6th and met with her again, correct?
Yes.
And you guys made another attempt at calling Patrick.
Yes.
Again, did you remember the number?
No.
Did you have it stored in your phone?
No.
Did she provide you his phone number to call?
Well, it was in my phone. I could just look it up in my phone. I didn't write it down. I didn't enter his name. Either she gave it to me again, or I just looked it up from 2 days prior.
But you don't recall, as you sit here today, which it was, do you?
No.
And you didn't write a report about that interaction, did you?
I did not.
So in the second phone call, you were able to actually hear that she was talking with Patrick on the other end, right?
Yes.
And at that time, when you were now second time meeting with her and having this phone call, were you aware that she had already changed her healthcare proxy from Patrick to her parents?
I did not know that.
Did you talk to Patrick in between the 4th and the 6th to find out if he had tried to come in to visit her?
I didn't speak to him at all, so I knew nothing about what his plans or intentions were.
Your testimony yesterday was that she had called him to tell him that she loved him and to see where they were at, right?
Yes.
That was your testimony? Meaning what, their relationship?
That I made no interpretation of what that meant. She left the message, and we left it at that.
But in that subsequent conversation that you were a witness to where they were speaking on the phone and she told them about these voices or explained about the voices, did she ask about the kids?
She did not, as I recall.
Now, in all of the times over the course of the last few years that you've met with Ms. Clancy, how many times has she told you since the incident that she's heard a voice? Currently?
She has not heard voices since the event took place in 2023.
And you've now testified that over the course of a period of time that she did hear voices, right?
Yes.
And is that based on one of these 35 hours worth of conversations you had with her? How do you know that?
Well, they were collateral contacts. Spoke to other people. I spoke to other people who I asked the nature of their interactions with Ms. Clancy, and it was not a fishing expedition. I asked them if they can tell me what happened.
Well, I'm asking
but they
you...
disclosed, pardon me?
You have to let them finish.
So they disclosed information to me that Ms. Clancy shared that information with them.
So who did she tell that she had a voice that told her to kill herself?
She spoke to a chaplain named Sheila Kavanaugh, who I spoke with, and Chaplain Kavanaugh told me that Ms. Clancy told her that she heard a male voice instructing her to first kill her children and then to kill herself.
So the same message that she delivered to Patrick that day on the phone, you heard from a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital after the incident occurred in January of 2023?
Yes.
And so from all of the records that you reviewed of her treatment and all of the interviews with her family, who did she tell that she heard voices telling her to kill herself?
I believe she told family members.
Which family members?
I believe she may have said that to her mother. She, I believe, told her husband that she felt like killing herself as well.
In the records with the providers, you're aware, you've reviewed them all and you've sat through all of their testimony. You're aware that when she described intrusive thoughts, she never referred to them as a voice telling her to kill herself, did they? Did she?
No, she was referring to...
It's just a yes or no?
No.
So as far as her reports of these intrusive thoughts that appear over and over in the notes, you would agree that it was simply, when asked about what they were, it was simply that she felt like she wanted to die, right?
Yes, and...
It's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Now, in your report, you go through what's called the sources of information. You're familiar with that part? It's pretty standard in a forensic report, right?
Yes.
Where you list all of the things that you've gone through and reviewed in compiling the information for your report.
So in my sources of information, I reviewed the following, but that list is not limited to the following. So there might be other pieces of information that I may have reviewed, but didn't put in the list.
Okay, so not on the list are the Tewksbury Hospital records that you said you reviewed recently, correct?
Yes, the 7,000 pages of those hospital notes, I didn't review all of them at the time of the report.
Did you review records from the Spalding Rehab Facility?
Yes,
That's not contained, though, in your list, in your report, is it?
I don't think it is.
And you don't cite to any of the Spalding Rehab records in your report coming to your ultimate conclusions, do you?
I do not.
And how about the women and infant records? Did you list that in your sources of information section?
I do not. She was there for 1 day.
Okay, but you've testified about that, right?
Yes,
Did you review them at all?
yes.
And as far as the McLean records, you don't list the McLean records as a source of information in your report, do you?
I did not, but I did review them.
Now, you've described, and you describe in your report, that you believe that Ms. Clancy was hypomanic, right?
Yes,
And I believe you testified to some extent, and you've written in your report that you identify her as euphoric, excessively energetic for 3 months postpartum. Do you remember writing that in your report?
yes,
That you note that she exercised early, right?
yes,
But you're aware that she exercised pretty frequently before birth
yes.
and while pregnant with Callan.
And while post-pregnancy with her children as well, yes.
So it was part of her routine, fair to say, right?
It's part of everyday living. Things sometimes change when you have a baby, and a few weeks later, if you're still doing the same exercise, it's sometimes a reflection of something other than committed to fitness.
And you identify what you refer to as a marketing scam, being that Beachbody business, right?
Yes,
But you're aware that that's a series of workouts and a line of nutritional shakes and exercise plans that millions of people engage in across the country.
yes.
So it's not a scam. It's just a way of
That's
a lifestyle choice.
If you do something for marketing and you lose all your money and there's no effort
Well,
to
did
get
she-
that back, it's a scam.
Yeah, you've asked them, you can kind of figure
Sorry.
out what its definition is, so.
Did she tell you she lost money with the Beachbody?
Yes.
When was that?
It was summer of 2022 after her third child was born.
No, when did she tell you that
When
she
did
lost
tell-
money?
I don't recall that.
And is it in your report?
It may be, but I'm not sure.
Well, I have it with me, or do you have it up there? Can you look and point to me where she told you, at what point she told you she lost money in this endeavor?
I don't know where it is. If it's here, it didn't seem relevant whether she lost money in a scam after her child was born
Well,
in terms of the big picture of what we're here for today.
you've described it as a scam because you said she lost money. So wouldn't it be important to know if she actually lost money?
I don't really think so.
Okay. You also identify the 5-mile race that she completed. Was it a 5-mile race or a 5K race?
Well, I wasn't sure which it was. I was told initially it was a 5-mile race. After my report was submitted, it may have been, with reflection, a 5K race.
And you've sat in the courtroom each and every day of this trial, so you've heard all the testimony about the evidence, right?
Actually, I've not been here every day, but I've been here most days, yes.
You're also aware that prior to the kids being born, that she considered herself a runner,
Yes.
right? She had a treadmill at her house. She went to the gym and used the treadmill. She ran other races.
Yes.
Now, in your report, you indicate that part of the timeline of her medication and her decline is the September time period where she was prescribed the Zoloft, right?
Yes.
And you indicate that she had reported, and it's reflected in the records, that she increased the Zoloft, and that's when she couldn't sleep for 48 hours straight, right?
Yes.
And you're aware of what the instructions were, having reviewed everything in this case, what the pill bottle said as far as the plan for the Zoloft?
I'm not sure specifically the incremental plan to go from 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams of Zoloft.
Well, I have the bottle, exhibit number 2, sertraline, not Zoloft, right? Brand name Zoloft?
Yes.
It says take 1 oral tablet once a day for 1 week, then increase to 2 tablets daily thereafter.
Right.
Right on the label.
Right. That's 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams.
And again, having been at the majority of this trial, you aware that there were 30 in that prescription and 23 left in the bottle when they were inventoried.
Yes.
And those are pills that were in Patrick Clancy's possession at the time of these events in January, you're aware, right?
Yes, I believe they were in the middle console on the lower part of his truck, the lower part of the middle console in his truck.
So if there's only 7 pills missing from a prescription that requires the person to take a particular dosage for 1 week or 7 days, how did she double the dose?
Well, sometimes when you are given medication, you may have medication of the same exact dosage and the same exact medication another time, and you therefore may have pills that you didn't take the previous month or the month before that, and sometimes people just finish what they've had before and before they go on to the most current dose. So I am aware of what you're referring to, but I don't know if there are other bottles there that she may have had medication still in those pill bottles.
Well, I'm looking at exhibit number 1, a record from CVS Pharmacy, which all of these bottles are from. And the only time a prescription for sertraline is filled is on September 15th, 2022, for 30 pills. You aware of that?
Yes?
So there's no prior prescription for sertraline, is there?
I don't think so.
Now, in your report, you also refer to 1129, and your report on page 8, paragraph 2, says on 1129, Paula Gelada. Is that supposed to be Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
Okay. So it also says that she prescribed Seroquel to treat Ms. Clancy's anxiety, depressed and unstable mood, and psychotic symptoms of disassociation and derealization. Where is that in Rebecca Gelada's record that that's why she prescribed Seroquel?
I'm not sure.
And in fact, you were present when Ms. Gelada testified and said that she prescribed it at 25 milligrams for insomnia, not for anxiety, depression, unstable mood, or psychotic symptoms. Did she not?
It's used off-label. It's sometimes medications are made for many things. Sometimes they're used off-label, not for what they're prescribed for. So that's a medication that is used for sleeping, although it's an antipsychotic.
But you're aware from reviewing the records and hearing testimony that that initial prescription was for a 25 milligram dose, correct?
Yes.
I know you're not a prescriber, but you're aware that a dose for treatment of bipolar is significantly higher than 25 milligrams.
Yes.
Now, you've described in your testimony in this court repeated auditory hallucinations about wanting to kill herself or that she should kill herself and that she is damaged or her brain is damaged, right?
That's correct.
Now, did you have a conversation with her in one of these 35 hours about that particular voice or thought or belief?
So when I meet with Ms. Clancy, it's not as if I have one conversation on one of the 35 hours. To have thoroughness and exactitude, one does what we call intra-rater reliability. In other words, over the period of time to confirm what someone says to you to help endorse the veracity or accuracy of that, you'll ask that question in a multitude of different ways. So I don't just ask once, did you hear a voice on that day? I asked in different ways over time, and her answers pretty much remain the same.
So when you quote in your report, when questioned about the nature and content of these horrible thoughts, Ms. Clancy stated, quote, like a really bad and intrusive thought that I didn't feel like it was mine, telling me I should kill myself, your brain is damaged, you're never going to get better, end quote. Where does the quote come from?
Where does the quote come from?
Right.
She had said that to me.
To you, at some point.
Yes.
Okay. And this is well after the incident occurred, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed all the records to know that she did not endorse that she was hearing a voice to any of her providers between September and January 23rd of 2023.
So when someone...
Yes or no, sir?
That's a difficult question to say yes or no from, because sometimes if someone says something that's inaccurate, it's not an affirmatory or a negative response. That's misleading.
My question to you, though, was where in the records from September to January 23rd or 2022 did she tell any of the providers she saw that she heard a voice telling her to kill herself?
It's not in the records.
Okay. And you're aware that she has spoken to several forensic psychiatrists and psychologists over the course of this case, right? Not just yourself.
Yes, she spoke to 3 retained experts in April 10th and April 12th of 2026. And then on June 12th of 2026, 1,172 days after I initially met with her, then 1,1220 days after I met with her. That's the third examiner.
Well, you're aware that you're referring to Dr. Halbrin, Dr. Mack, and Dr. Satoff, correct?
Correct.
But you're aware that she also spoke with Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli well before that.
On May 5th of 2023, approximately 90 days more or less later. Yes.
And you're also aware, sir, that she never told Dr. Resnick in a recorded interview, nor Dr. Halbrin, Dr. Mack, or Dr. Satoff that she heard.
Sustained.
Your testimony is that she told you that she heard this voice. Fair to say she identified to you that it was her own voice that she heard, correct?
That's not correct.
So she told you that she heard a male's voice?
That's correct.
When?
On the night of the incident, January 24th, 2023.
No, I'm referring to the fact that you've now testified that she heard this, as you call it, a persistent what's the word you use? Persecutorial voice over the course of time? Was that your testimony?
So you're referring to the ongoing negative voices or intrusive thoughts that she was hearing,
right?
Where she felt, in fact, other people could hear those voices, thought broadcasting. So there are multiple layers here of hearing intrusive thoughts.
So,
hearing voices so loud that she believed other people could hear her. Those are 2 separate phenomena, if you will.
In those voices that you're saying she told you she heard about wanting to die or to kill herself or her brain was damaged prior to January 24th of 2023, did she say it was her own voice she could hear? It was her own thoughts?
She did not identify whose voice it was.
Fair to say the only time she specifically said she heard a male voice was when she recounts the events on January 24th of 2023.
Yes, that's accurate.
And you'd agree that there's a difference between the idea that somebody believes their thoughts would be or could be heard by others and the belief that they are being heard by others, right?
Yes, it's a matter of semantics, and it's a level of degreeism. Believing and knowing, two totally separate things.
And believing, having a fixed belief like that, would be a delusion, right?
That's correct. A delusion is a fixed false belief that is unshakable and not something you get rid of either through your own efforts to tell the voice to go away or other people saying, just, for example, try to stop thinking about it.
And the idea that she believed that something was wrong with her brain, or that if people could know what was happening, that the police might get involved, that is something that could happen if somebody articulates those things, right?
Absolutely. It's common sense.
Now, in your report, you also indicate that, in your testimony, you indicated that on January 5th of 2023, that's when Ms. Clancy was discharged from McLean Hospital, and I think your testimony was that she went in there on Seroquel and I think you indicated Klonopin, correct?
Yes.
And your report says Seroquel and Klonopin. You recall that?
Yes.
You're aware that based on the medication journal that is in evidence, that she hadn't taken Klonopin since November 27th of 2022.
She had a prescription for that, and I think she may have taken some, but may not have been on a regular basis.
But you've seen the pages of her journal to know that she was pretty diligent about saying exactly what she took on each particular date.
Yes.
Leading up to her stay at McLean and even after.
Yes.
Now, kind of sticking with these medications for a second, you have testified, I think this was yesterday, you testified that you were familiar that after Dawson's birth that she had sought some medication, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you testified yesterday that she was on trazodone. But in fact, she was prescribed Zoloft after Dawson and reported she did never take it,
That's
right?
correct. So after my testimony, I reviewed that, and I confabulated the trazodone with another medication, the Zoloft.
And again, you've talked a lot about that the medications that she was taking, the different medications, didn't provide her with any sort of relief. So it's important to know the different medications she was taking and what the reactions were, right?
I don't know if I talked a lot about it. I was asked questions. I answered them honestly. They didn't provide relief. I would agree with that. And that was the whole point of her seeking help.
In her history, whether it be medication history, a social history, a family history, those are all important things overall for you to look at and examine when coming to ultimate conclusions, right?
For everyone, yes, of course.
So it's important to be accurate when you're recalling or reporting that information.
As much as possible as one can be, yes, that's true.
And as far as the medication goes, I think you testified yesterday that she also took medication in nursing school, correct?
Yes, she did.
And having met with her as many times as you did and reviewing all these records, you're aware that those were in fact Prozac, Wellbutrin, and Propanol that she took in nursing school.
That's correct. That was for her what's called glossophobia, G-O-L-L-O-S-P-H-O-B-I-A. It's fear of public speaking, most common fear for Americans. 85% of Americans have public speaking phobia. Pretty commonplace. But yes, those are the medications she took while she was in nursing school to go through the program.
But that's not what you testified to yesterday.
I think I mentioned only one or two medications. She had taken 3.
Okay. And you also mentioned today in your testimony, you were asked about the date of December 15th. And I believe your testimony was that's the day she went to Women and Infants. Is
I
that
believe
correct?
so, yes.
Would it if I show you the record, is it fair to say she didn't go to Women and Infants on the 15th, but it was actually December 20th?
Right. I believe she went to the Mass General Hospital ER on the 15th.
And you said in your testimony today that at the Mass General ER, she did not get any help. Do you recall that testimony?
She declined admission to the inpatient. She didn't want to do that. So,
She didn't not get help.
so
Go ahead.
thank you, Your Honor. We have something called the subjective baseline, the cognitive appraisal theme. Help is in the eye of the beholder. If she felt she didn't get help, that's how she felt.
Well, sir, that wasn't the question. And your testimony was she went to the ER and did not get help. That was your testimony, not hers.
Well, my testimony is based on my evaluation of her. This is what Ms. Clancy shared with me. Who am I to doubt what she believes or doesn't believe about the offer for treatment or help? It's her opinion.
She chose to decline the bed at McLean on December 15th, did she not?
Yes.
And she then indicated to the Mass General Hospital that she was going to opt for an outpatient program at the Women and Infants, correct?
Yes.
That's what's in the records.
Yes.
And did she tell you that as well?
Yes.
And as it pertains to the Women and Infants, again, after you review the records, you're aware that a referral had been made to her well before her visit to the ER on the 15th for that same program.
I believe so.
Now, you've indicated in your testimony that it's your opinion that her diagnosis is bipolar disorder with psychotic symptoms, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say, you've reviewed, prior to your report, you had reviewed Dr. Resnick's report.
I'm not.
Can I see counsel sidebar?
Yep, it is sidebar right now. She is being not nice as usual. It's very cringe. And understood, Grace. And yeah, so we're at sidebar right now. The doctor seems to understand that this DA is not that nice and he doesn't really like her too much. So I am very interested to see the rest of how this day goes. But yeah, he's doing good in the stand. But she's just being very mean. So not surprised. And sidebars are cringe. The Tupac trial has definitely dealt with this situation better than this trial. So we'll see how the rest of it goes when they get back from sidebar.
Go ahead, counsel.
So the question, I believe, was Did you review a report of Dr. Resnick in all your sources of information and before you came to a conclusion about diagnosis?
No, I did not.
Well, one moment, sorry. On page 4 of your report, where you...
One second.
Okay, I'm sorry, Counsel.
On page 4 of your report, where you list the sources of information, you do identify as number 24, forensic psychiatric evaluation of Philip J. Resnick from 9/27/24, do you not?
I do.
And so that's something you reviewed.
I didn't draw my opinion.
That wasn't a question, sir.
Well,
All right, hold on. Ask the question again. Go ahead.
Did you review his report?
That's not the question.
So the question, sir, is did you review Dr. Resnick's report prior to authoring your report or coming to your conclusions about diagnosis?
I reviewed part of that report. And in my report, I perused through the reports. I did not review all of that report from Dr. Resnick or Dr. Spinelli, for that matter.
Okay. Now, in talking about your review of records, you indicated that there are several thousand pages of Tewksbury Hospital records, correct?
7,001 page.
And did you review all of those?
I would say I looked through them, but I did not read every word on every page. They do have a tendency to hang together and are replicative as well.
Were you aware that on May 26, 2023, that the defendant was observed by staff in a note stating that she was visible along the unit hallways, self-propelling her wheelchair with her one-to-one staff, that she had a visit with her mother who brought dinner for her, they ate and played games during the visit? Are you aware of that?
On May 26th.
May 26 of 2023.
May 23. So 3 years ago and a few months? I don't know that. I don't remember.
That would have been approximately 4 months after the incident and on the date of Callan's first birthday, right?
Yes, but you asked if I remember that event, and I don't.
You don't, or you do?
I don't remember that she was seen with her mother on that day who brought food, and she was seen using a wheelchair to travel down the hallway at the hospital. I don't remember.
If I tell you that was read from page 176 of the Tewksbury Hospital records, would you agree with that?
I would not doubt that.
And on December 24th of 2023, were you aware that the defendant was observed at Tewksbury, monitored on one-to-one for safety, that she accepted medication, meals, and snacks, she spent time in the TV room or sitting outside her room, utilizing phone, and visited with family? Do you recall that, reading that note on page 613 of the Tewksbury records?
Of 2023?
Yes.
Honestly, I don't.
And that would have been Cora's birthday.
Okay.
But would you agree with me that if I read that from page 613 in the records, that that would be within that 7,001 page of the record?
I would not doubt that.
How about on January 24th, 2024, where she's observed in a note from Tewksbury State Hospital on page 674, saying, where the note reads, patient was visible in the milieu, engageable with both staff and select peers. Patient accepted select medications as her baseline, that she was pleasant during interactions, self-propelling in wheelchair in the halls, spending much of the morning and early afternoon in her room and hall on her electronics. Do you recall reading that record?
Not specifically.
And January 24th, 2024 would have been the year anniversary of the incident, correct?
Yes.
But if I read from page 674, you would agree with me that that's part of the Tewksbury record?
Yes, I believe it's part of the record.
And on May 26th of 2024, from page 922 of the Tewksbury record, patient monitored one-to-one for safety. She's been monitored for high suicide risks, accepted medication, says BFK, and snacks. She spent some time in the TV room or sitting outside her room, utilizing phone. Would you agree that that's a fair reading of page 922?
I have no reason to doubt that.
Okay. And that she's also observed on that same day, visible on the unit while utilizing her phone outside her room, was able to make her needs known appropriately. Patient was observed playing dominoes with peers in the TV room. That was later in the day on May 26, 2024, which would have been Callan's second birthday.
I would believe that that record's probably accurate. I don't remember looking at that record specifically.
How about on September 30th of 2024, page 1,229 of the Tewksbury record, where it's noted that she was visible in the unit, attended startup/coffee group, assisted with she was assisted with ADLs as needed. She was in safe behavioral control for the duration of the shift. And that later it reads, patient visible in the hallways, seated in her wheelchair outside her bedroom, using her cell phone, pleasant upon approach, social with select peers. That would have been on September 30th, 2024, which would have been Dawson's 5th birthday. Do you recall reviewing that in the record?
Not off the top of my head, but I have no reason to doubt that it's not an accurate record. December 24th, 2024, page 1,442 of the Tewksbury records. It says the patient was visible on the unit utilizing her phone. Her parents were in to visit and they brought dinner with them. Patient accepted medications and fluids. Patient in good behavioral control, maintaining safety. No SIB noted or reported. What do you have reason to doubt that that's on page 1,442 of the Tewksbury record? I have no reason to doubt that that's not an accurate reflection of what took place that day.
And what's SIB?
Self-injurious behavior.
And so December 24th, 2024, that would have been Cora's 7th birthday, right?
Yes.
So January 24th, 2025, from page 1,514 of the Tewksbury records, where it reads, inpatient treatment goal, to work on my mental health and to feel better. It says She participated in morning ADL routine with staff assistance. Patient was visible on the milieu at times in the hallway utilizing her phone. No SIB has been reported this shift. Does that, do you have any reason to doubt that that's contained on page 1514?
I have no reason to doubt that.
And the further observations on that day were that the patient was visible on the unit. She was social with select staff and peers and also seen utilizing her phone. Her parents were in to visit and brought her dinner, and they brought dinner with them. That was, again, on January 24th, 2025, which would have been the second anniversary of this incident, correct?
Yes.
May 26, 2025, page 1782 of the Tewksbury records. It says, she did not engage in any SIB. She was visited by her parents this shift. She attended startup group and watched TV. That would have been on May 26, 2025, which would have been Callan's 3rd birthday. Do you have any reason to doubt that in the record?
I have no reason to doubt that.
And on September 30th, 2025 of the Tewksbury record on page 2056, reads, patient was visible in the hallway using her phone. No SIB or behavioral issues observed or reported. Do you have any doubt? Do you have reason to doubt that that is an accurate read of page 2056?
I have no reason to doubt that that's not accurate.
And that would have been September 30th, which would have been Dawson's 6th birthday, right?
Yes.
And on December 24th of 2025, page 76 of the patient notes in the Tewksbury Hospital records, it reads, ate breakfast, refused lunch, took snacks, utilizing phone, assisted with ADLs, spent some time in the TV room, attended PT, resting in bed after lunch. Do you have any reason to doubt that is contained within the Tewksbury records on page 76?
No.
And December 24th would have been Cora's 8th birthday, correct?
Yes.
And on page 152 of the Tewksbury records, January 24th, 2026, of this year. Patient observed for safety, assess mental status, encourage safe behavioral control, monitoring for abrupt behavior change and attempt to prevent escalation or self-harm, encourage patient to participate in groups. That on this particular day, she was also observed compliant with meds, ate breakfast, participated in coffee group, visible in the hallway utilizing her phone, later visited with parents, and had an early lunch. That was on January 24th of 2026. Do you have any reason to doubt that's within the records?
No.
And that she was later observed to not have any SIB or behavioral issues, again on January 24th, 2026. Do you have any reason to doubt that's contained within the Tewksbury records?
No. No.
And again, you reviewed or looked at some of them, but not every one of these. But these are already currently in evidence, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit these excerpts as the next exhibit, please.
Any objection? No problem. All right, that may be admitted. Thank you.
And Dr. Zeisel, as far as the records that I just read in, do you know if in those records it indicates that she slept well on all of those occasions?
I wouldn't know. I don't know how.
Well, you would agree that noting her sleeping habits based on this particular individual's history would be an important thing for the hospital to monitor, correct?
I would agree with that.
Now, in this particular case, well, let me ask you, are you familiar with the concept of confirmation bias?
Of course.
And fair to say it's pretty prevalent in most areas of science and forensic psychology and psychiatry, correct?
It courses all domains of work and life.
And as far as confirmation bias for psychiatry or providers, fair to say that clinicians are warned that they may lean towards or support their own theories and overlook contradictory evidence. And that you have to be aware of that, correct?
Yes.
And again, in forensic psychology, the goal is to render an objective opinion, right?
Yes, the facts come to you. You don't go to the facts.
Okay. And there's a danger for clinicians and forensic psychologists of quickly forming an initial diagnosis before having all the information, correct?
Yes.
And that confirmation bias accounts for the fact that a lot of times people, clinicians and providers will cling to diagnoses and interpret subsequent information in light of that kind of already perceived idea. Is that fair to say?
They cling, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. They cling to a diagnosis?
Well, once a diagnosis is reached, they cling to that diagnosis when interpreting subsequent information.
That happens, yes.
And, but you would agree that in practice of forensic psychology that it's important not to do that, right?
Particularly with the guidelines of criminal responsibility where you don't need a diagnosis. You just need a mental disease or defect.
But diagnoses are helpful in understanding whether the person was suffering from this legal construct of a mental disease or defect, correct?
That's fair to say.
And it's fairly accepted in the field that if somebody has a disorder or a diagnosed mental illness, that they then in turn suffer from a mental disease or defect. Or could.
Or could, because you can have a phobia. Doesn't mean you have a mental disease or defect. If you're afraid to jump out of airplanes, it doesn't make you ineffective and have a defect or a disease. So yes, it
Can I
could.
ask you to keep your voice up?
Yes, Your Honor. So it could, but it doesn't always have to.
Thank you.
Of course.
And you're aware of the danger of this idea of confirmation bias of having multiple relationships and conflicts in this type of work, correct?
Yes.
And that's why it's important not to be treating somebody as a patient when you're also evaluating them for this type of legal issue, right?
Of course, you cannot be the therapist and the examiner. The therapist is an advocate. The examiner looks for the truth.
And do you recall in this case submitting recommendations to the court in November of 2025 about the defendant regarding accommodations for her?
I know in general, but I don't know specifically what those accommodations requests were. I can't remember them.
But you authored and signed a letter dated November 13th, 2025 to the court, correct?
Yes, but I'm saying I don't remember specifically what those recommendations were. I know I did that.
I'm not asking you that. I'm just asking if you wrote the letter.
Hold on. Just re-ask the question. Doctor, if you listen to the question.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking if you wrote the letter, sir.
Yes.
And in that letter, you refer to providing essential clinical findings regarding the transportation of my patient, Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
And so at various points throughout over the years of this case, you have referred to her as your patient, have you not?
I wouldn't be, I think, able to define her as something else. She was a patient who I did a forensic evaluation of.
Well, you referred to the court outside of this evaluation you're testifying about to her as your patient in this letter from November 13th of 2025.
Right. I evaluated Ms. Clancy, who was a patient. If I evaluated her, then she's my patient, as she is other doctors' patients at Tewksbury and other places that she's been at.
But you call her my patient in the letter.
I wrote the letter. Whose patient would I be referring to if I'm speaking about Ms. Clancy, given that she's my patient? Yes, I wrote she was my patient. That's correct.
Okay. And you're aware of, again, the APA guidelines on forensic psychology, where it warns therapeutic forensic role conflicts. Providing forensic and therapeutic psychological services to the same individual involves multiple relationships that may impair objectivity and or cause exploitation or other harm. You're aware of that, section 4.02?
Yes.
And in this particular case, since the beginning, you've appeared regularly in court hearings, right?
Yes.
You've appeared with Attorney Reddington at arraignment proceedings,
At his request, yes.
both here and at Tewksbury State Hospital, where you were sitting next to the defendant.
Yes.
And you also, on February 8th of 2023, participated in a news conference, did you not?
Yes.
It was outside the courthouse here.
Yes.
And you gave an interview with the Daily News where you commented on this.
I just made a comment. That's correct.
And at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to play a clip of the news conference, please.
Mr. Reddington?
Why not?
All right.
Thanks.
Past few days, multiple hours each day. What I can say without going too far is that her affect is absolutely flattened. She's in a very surreal state. It feels dreamlike to her, as she's described to me on multiple occasions. And individuals who can present as being lucid, and linear, and clear thinking do not make those people not mentally ill. They have the capacity for, on occasion, to be able to do things that they've been doing for a long period of time. When you have delusional thinking, fixed beliefs that are unchangeable, and hallucinations, namely command hallucinations, telling you to do things, telling you to do things that are malevolent, and you believe those voices that are telling you you need to follow what they say, that's when things go downhill behaviorally, psychiatrically, and familially. And that's what we see in the most tragic of cases, where individuals who could be healthy and normal, and quite frankly, because they're paranoid and worried about what others think, they hold back on what they share. And in some cases throughout the country and the world, these are people who one day will be functioning well, but because they have the onset of command hallucinations, which they adhere to, and they believe the voice that they have to do something, that's when tragedy occurs. And I think that sort of is under the overriding rubric that this case falls under.
So, sir, on December 8th of 2023, when you provided that, your observations, you had met with the defendant on 2 occasions, correct?
I believe 3 occasions.
Okay. Had you any of the records that have been presented in the course of this trial?
No.
Any of the records that are listed in your sources of information?
No.
And as you sit here and testify today, you've testified to the same conclusions, correct?
What I said was individuals like that present this way. I was not referring to Ms. Clancy. I said individuals who have these symptoms like the ones I clarified present that way. That was not an assessment of Ms. Clancy. That was an assessment of people who go through major mental health crises.
But as you sat here today, you've talked about the fact that she had delusional thinking, the fact that she had command hallucinations, the fact that she believed that these voices and that she was paranoid and worried. You've consistently testified about that throughout the course of yesterday and today, correct?
So
it's a yes or no.
You make it impossible to answer that question.
All right, the next question.
In addition to, you testified today that a person in a psychotic state can do things they've done before, but it might be hard for them to do new tasks, right?
Yes.
So if it's something that is part of their daily life, getting up, caring for the kids, feeding, making a meal, driving a car, those are things that people do every day and a lot of times don't even have to think about, right?
Yes. No thinking necessary.
But
you're response, automatic response.
You're aware that on this particular day of this incident, on January 24th of 2023, that the defendant took Cora to the doctors, right?
Yes.
And you indicated in your testimony today that it was for a regular checkup, but in your report you identified that it was for a stomach ache, right?
Yes, she had a stomach ache.
But in addition to maybe her having a stomach ache, she had previously had this visit scheduled, and you're aware of that now, correct?
Yes.
And at the doctor, there was a recommendation made for an over-the-counter medication, right?
Yes.
And the defendant was able to process that information, take it back with her, and then later, not immediately after the visit, but later in the day, search for where to get that medication, right?
Psychosis doesn't lower your intellectual functioning, so you can do all those things. So
well, that wasn't my question. My question was, did she do those things?
Yes, I said that's correct.
Okay. And would you've talked a lot about that a person can operate as normally as they can, but fair to say, if you're in a psychotic state, that person themselves has a significant amount of distress, right?
Yes.
And that in order to mask those symptoms, it requires an enormous amount of control. Does it not?
It depends on the level and the extremism of the psychotic processing. So some people will hear voices that are nominal, they whisper. Some people hear voices that are yelling and screaming. So it's on a range, it's a continuum. So the more upsetting, more powerful, demanding the voice, the more difficult it might be to resist it and do other things. The less, the easier it is.
In all of the time between September of 2022 and January 23rd of 2023, at any point in which the defendant heard these voices about harming herself, she didn't act on them then, did she?
That's correct, yes. She did not act on those. She sought help instead.
One moment, please. Your Honor, I would move to admit the recording played as the next exhibit.
I'm sorry, the what?
The recording that was played, I move to enter it as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
If I can find it. Here it is. Thank you.
284.
Thank you.
I have no further questions at this time.
Let's talk about confirmation.
Can I sit down, please?
Oh, hold on. But Ms. Buckingham,
Thank you.
have a seat.
Confirmation bias. In the field of forensics, interface of science and the law, trial of cases, hiring experts, having people give an opinion that a jury is going to listen to. Confirmation bias means that the individual might want to help out the person that they're testifying for. Is that right?
It can be, yes.
So in other words, if you have a shooting case and you're a ballistics guy, and without the ballistics showing that the defendant's gun shot the victim, the government has no case. They may send an email to that witness and say, hey, I really need your help here. And that might influence them, right?
Yes.
Now you got involved with this case, as you indicated, out of my request, obviously,
Yes.
compassion.
Correct.
The fact you had a young lady that was literally in extreme condition, emotionally, physically, you went to speak with her, correct?
I did, yes.
Do you care for her?
I do.
And is that a violation of the canon of ethics for professionals like you, if you care for your patient?
Not at all. Within the ethical standards, it's also noted to do an appropriate and meaningful forensic evaluation. It's strongly suggested you develop empathy and rapport. And when you have those two psychological constructs, you get more information from the respondent. You do not cherry pick the information. You include warts and all in your report. That avoids confirmatory bias, and you avoid confirmatory bias by also not looking at conclusions that other examiners come up with when they render their opinions, and you do your evaluations independent of anyone else. You do it by yourself.
How many times did you see her?
At the time that my report was
No, right about now.
60 times.
How many hours have you put in sitting with Lindsay, either in the hospital or evaluating?
More than that, roughly.
And you have all of that information that you have brought here today to yesterday to testify to this jury. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you confirmed bias? Are you not telling the truth just to help Lindsay out, or is this your opinion based upon your review of the records, your interview of her, whether or not you care for her or not?
Overruled. Overruled.
I am telling the truth. She
Yeah. You can re-ask that question. That answer will be stricken.
So you can't tell someone you're telling the truth. Okay, that's up to the jury to decide. Your opinion is based upon all of the times that you met with Lindsay, right?
Yes.
All of the documents that you've reviewed, all of this, all the exhibits, everything you're aware of, right?
Yes, as well as collateral contacts.
And in the course of your treatment and evaluation of her, one of the things the DA asked you about is the request that we brought to the court for accommodations. You recall that question from her?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that the request that we had seeking help from the judge was that she not be chained to a van when she's brought into this courthouse
Objection.
No,
for a
overruled.
5-week trial?
Yes, from Tewksbury to Plymouth.
And her medical condition with her paralysis and all of the rest of the bodily functions that you lose, that's a concern, isn't that right?
Very much so, yes.
And we also had to have the help of nurses that would be available in the event that there was any type of emergency issue, correct? That we had to ask of the
No,
court.
overruled.
Yes, they're here every day.
So, confirmation bias. Can you tell this jury, is your opinion based upon money? Maybe you like me. Maybe you want to help her. or is that based to your best ability as a professional of many, many years?
Yes. Confirmation bias is coming up with a conclusion before you reach an opinion. It's, in Latin, a tabula rasa, a blank slate. You draw no conclusion. The conclusion finds you. And if you don't do that, you are at risk of having confirmation bias.
I'm going to ask you a hypothetical and see if the hypothetical fits within your understanding as an expert of confirmation bias. Let's say hypothetically that a young woman is involved in an incident such as this that results in the death of her 3 babies. And that young woman is paralyzed. And that young woman is in a hospital. That young woman is facing indictments for triple homicide. And the incident occurred on January 24th, 2023. And it's not until 2026 that the district attorney's office hires 3 doctors.
Fiction.
Yeah. Sustain.
Sidebar?
Once again, we have another sidebar. The Commonwealth is very desperate at this point, in my opinion. I don't know what the verdict will be, but they seem very desperate. And this is a really bumpy ride. Now, yeah, I think that Red is doing a very good job as defense. And the Commonwealth is making herself look very silly. I like the witness a lot. He is, seems logical.
Sit here for a little bit.
Exactly.
We're going to take a short break at this point, give you a chance to take a break, and then we'll come right back and we'll continue with the testimony of this witness. Okay?
All rise, please. Jurors executed.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. This court's in session.
All right, we'll be in a short recess at this time. Thank you.
I definitely agree it's very atrocious. This trial just keeps on taking forever. Very irresponsibly. Yeah, it's never a short recess. It always takes a long, long time. Yeah, it certainly, in my opinion, will not be a short recess at all. And said, I believe the witness is doing good, Red's doing good, but the state, the Commonwealth just has no empathy for these people, for the kids or anybody. They just seem like they're doing divide and conquer tactics. Yeah, sidebar. Yeah, definitely cringe. General Kangaroo did not fail today. He did his, he has a smoke break, his flask break. Well, all the things he needs to get done, he's getting done now. The judge doesn't even want to be there, in my opinion. Not at all. The Tupac trial is not it'll be in 4 hours. So that's not even on for 4 hours from now. Right, and it's followed by lunch. It's basically the entire day. They're not even doing anything that's productive. Just a bunch of breaks and sidebars. Wasting the jury's time completely. That's who suffers the most in the situation. The doctor answered that he is being honest, he's not lying. This is what he thinks. Oh, I agree, Saw. Yeah. There is a Microsoft murder trial that we could play while we wait. Okay.
getting cash advances, correct?
Correct?
But a clue could be that in Defense Exhibit 20, this is a value pawn.
Anything about the review of the videos that
The gentleman in white shirts, are they security guards, and the gentleman in tan shirts, Metro Police?
Yes, sir.
Pause it there for a second. Once again, it appears that the victim of the beating was wearing that 13 merino shirt.
Yes, sir.
Doors that they appear to be exiting. Can you generally tell me where that leads out to?
The lion entrance?
Is that anywhere near the ballet?
That's the. I'm sorry, I was confused. Out to the hotel registration area and then out to the Apodaca share.
Do you know whether or not back in '96 there was a valet there or not?
No, I don't know if there was an exact valet or what it was called at the time.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
Mr. Sim, cross-examination.
Thank you, Honor. Sir, you are an investigator with the MGM, correct?
MGM Resorts, the whole company.
So it would be MGM as well as the other properties that are on the ship?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm assuming you're more than just yourself doing the investigations?
Correct.
Okay. May I have that document? May I approach on?
Yeah.
I'm going to publish this again for the jury. State's Exhibit number 44. All right. A couple questions. As the investigator, or a investigator, how long have you been doing that line of work for?
14 years?
Did you have any previous law enforcement experience before you became an investigator for MGM?
No.
And then with regards to your training as an investigator for the MGM, are you trained in how to do an investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be something that would be not necessarily law enforcement, but it would just be to protect the properties that MGM owns?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with regards to the training that you have, is one of the things that you do in terms of training, learning how to write proper reports?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us why that's important?
Documentation for future reference. You're time stamping an event in that moment that you are investigating it.
And fair to say that with regards to report writing, it helps you later refresh your recollection if you're ever unlucky enough to be sitting in this chair facing towards these people, right?
At a location,
You can stop it on something that he's looking at?
he can stop it at a location, but that movement that you saw was just the camera in rotation, just scanning the area.
But if it now stops and focuses on someone, there's someone in the control room that is able to stop and go, hey, something's going on. And,
Yes.
okay. As of right now. So the gentlemen in white shirts, are they security guards, and the gentlemen in tan shirts, Metro Police?
Yes, sir.
Pause it there for a second. Once again, it appears that the victim of the beating was wearing that 13 merino shirt.
Yes, sir.
Stuff is about 2055 or so. And then our final view, this may seem somewhat obvious, but I'm going to give you this when you watch the cameras. After we're done, I'm going to ask you generally where those people that we see leaving the area of the elevator after the fight, where they go. This is 115C. So is that the main casino floor outside the elevators?
Correct.
me where that leads out to?
The lion entrance?
Is that anywhere near the ballet?
That's the. I'm sorry, I was confused. Out to the hotel registration area and then out to the Apodaca share.
Do you know whether or not back in '96 there was a ballet there or not?
Yeah. No, I don't know if there was an exact valet or what it was called at the time.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
Mr. Sim, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you are an investigator with the MGM, correct?
MGM Resorts, the whole company.
So it would be MGM as well as the other properties that are on the ship?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm assuming you're more than just yourself doing the investigations?
Correct.
Okay. May I have that document? May I approach on it?
Yeah.
I'm going to publish this again for the jury. State's Exhibit number 44. All right. A couple questions. As the investigator, or a investigator, how long have you been doing that line of work for?
14 years.
Did you have any previous law enforcement experience before you became an investigator for MGM?
No.
And then with regards to your training as an investigator for the MGM, are you trained in how to do an investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be something that would be not necessarily law enforcement, but it would just be to protect the properties that MGM owns?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with regards to the training that you have, is one of the things that you do in terms of training, learning how to write proper reports?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us why that's important?
Documentation for future reference. You're time stamping an event in that moment that you are in.
All rise, please. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, we'll return now to redirect counsel.
Thank you. So, as it relates to the concept of confirmatory bias, sir, in your opinion, with your experience, does the period of time within which an expert is hired by one side or another to evaluate a person and give an opinion, in other words, if it's a compressed period of time as opposed to an expanded period of time, is that one indication of confirmatory bias?
Objection.
No, overruled.
It depends on the examiner and the situation. It can be, but individuals who pay attention to that concern should maintain healthful boundaries and not have any confirmatory bias.
What does that mean?
It means stay in your lane.
That's better. Now, one of the things that the district attorney did is took the 7,001 pages of the records from Tewksbury Hospital and read excerpts from them to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay, after she was taken from South Shore Hospital to Brigham and Women's, then from Brigham and Women's to the rehab, Spalding Rehab, she ended up in Tewksbury. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Tewksbury's been very good. I mean, in your opinion, have they been good with her? And
Fantastic.
Fantastic. But nevertheless, that is still a facility that is a state facility, right?
Yes.
And the district attorney asked you about the plan to have Lindsay go to another facility, Worcester, I think it was?
Worcester Recovery Center Hospital.
Is that a relatively new facility?
It's, I believe, the newest facility in the Commonwealth.
And did we have Lindsay evaluated to have her transferred to Worcester Hospital?
Yes.
Was she allowed to make entry into Worcester facility?
She was not.
Why is that?
She was not allowed because she was not allowed because she has pending criminal charges.
That'd be this case here, right?
That's this case here.
And the district attorney took the 7,000 pages in one of the records and apparently went through them to the anniversary of the death of her 3 children, correct?
Yes.
Went through them to highlight each birthday of her 3 children. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, you've been in a lot of mental institutions and facilities in the Commonwealth and out of the state, correct?
Yes.
Is it your understanding to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the fact that a woman who is paralyzed is propelling herself down the hall from one room to another is indicative of anything?
Not at all.
How about the fact that her mother and father, who have been with her for 3 years and practically missed not one day of sitting with her and bringing her dinner or lunch, is that something that would be indicative of undercutting the fact that the woman was suffering from mental disease or defect?
That's indicative of love. And
how about the fact that she's talking to other inmates or people that are patients? And in your review of the records, would you tell us your opinion as to her level and degree of popularity, bluntly, in that particular ward?
She is extremely well regarded and well liked on that unit by everyone.
Overruled.
How about in reviewing the records, I didn't hear that she's laughing and partying and having a good time while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Did you see anything like that?
No. Lindsay Clancy has bad days and worse days.
And when you speak with her and meet with her, doctor, has she ever mentioned her children? Because apparently, according to the questioning that you underwent, she never talks about her kids.
She does speak about her children.
What does she say?
She really loves them and misses them and thinks of them every single day, almost every moment of the day.
And finally, Doctor, I'm holding up what has been marked as Exhibit 1 or I don't know, for identification. Have you seen this before?
Yes, I have.
And in your dealing with Lindsay and interview of collateral contacts such as Patrick, do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is called a wish vase.
And what does that mean and what is it?
This is a vase that Miss Clancy and her husband purchased in Hawaii when they went on their honeymoon shortly after getting married.
Yeah, sure. See sidebar, please.
Directly from Temu or Shein, one of those places. Completely artistically deprived of anything, and boring and plain, and a foolish seal indeed. That's what it is. It's a dude with his bow and arrow and a star on a shield. Nothing much more to be said. That's the great seal they have on us to reflect on while they're coming back from their break. This dude, what he does, he's the dude that when you come to the shore with your little boat, or when I do, he's right there to either shoot an arrow at you. Oh no, I believe, is an indigenous Native American. That's what I think. He's there to greet you at the shore, to either shoot an arrow at you or to greet you. It depends on the circumstances. Yeah, and he's just staying in front of the shield with a star. all jokes aside, Sawgirl says, well, at least they honor the NA. Yes, that's true. And explaining the shield is the seal in Massachusetts. They are back.
Your Honor, I would hand this to Chrissy to have it marked.
All right. Over the Commonwealth's objection, that may be admitted.
285.
Thank you very much.
All right. Commonwealth?
Very briefly, please. Doctor, how many defendants that you've evaluated for criminal responsibility have you spent 35 hours evaluating?
One.
Is that
One other person.
And however, how many other defendants have you evaluated that you've testified that you care deeply for them?
I would say one other one.
And how many other defendants have you given press conferences about?
None.
And how many other defendants that you've evaluated have you gone back every day until the lockup to check on?
I was sequestered on all those other trials. I was not even allowed in the court.
Now, you were asked about confirmation bias and given a hypothetical about so if somebody was asked to examine a gun, right? You recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
You were hired by the defense in this case, were you not?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your conversations with the defendant about her children, you're also aware that she continually refers to this situation as my tragedy, does she not?
That moniker of my tragedy, that's just one of the things that she'll say.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And what's the reason that, with the understanding of the court and permission, that you go to the lockup and see her during this trial?
I go to the lock.
Sustained.
Well, while she's in Tewksbury, counsel kept referring to SID, SI. What is SI?
SI is suicide intention or suicide ideation.
In Tewksbury, excuse me, in Tewksbury, has there been a concern of suicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what, as a result of that, SI, as counsel kept repeating to you through the records, is her status at Tewksbury?
She's on a constant one-to-one to ensure that Ms. Clancy doesn't take her own life.
And that is somewhat similar to the reference in Brigham and Women's Hospital when you were talking with her that there was a nurse that was sitting in the corner of the room at all times. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Inferentially was able to hear any conversation that you had with Lindsay, right?
I asked those people to leave.
Thank you.
Counsel, could I see just one?
So finally, I will ask you again, what, to your understanding, is the purpose of you during this trial going back, as the counsel asked you about, to the lockup with Lindsay?
To ensure that Ms. Clancy is stable and competent to stand trial.
Any concerns as far as her SI?
She's in good hands at the moment, but there's always a concern that sits directly below the surface.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Attorney Buckingham, please.
Dr. Zeisel, in 3 years, she's never made an attempt to harm herself, has she? Other than January 24th of 2023.
No.
Thank
All right. Anything further?
Questions, Judge, thank you.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Attorney Reddington?
It's up to Your Honor as to the voir dire on McLean Hospital witness or Dr. Spinelli. I know.
All right. Counsel, let me see in regards to the timing on it. Members of the jury, this is another one of those moments I've got to talk to counsel about a matter that I've got to talk to them outside of your presence. All right, so I thought we'd do it at this point and excuse you till 2 o'clock. We'll take up the next witness. We're going to stay in here and we're going to take up that other matter. All right, and so with that, during the break, remember, same instructions. Don't talk about it. Don't do any research about it. Don't read anything. Don't go anywhere in regards to this. And I'll see everybody at 2 o'clock. Okay.
All rise, please. Your Excellency. Jurors have exited the quorum. This court's in session. Please be seated.
All right. All right, counsel, we ready to do the voir dire of Ms. Thorndike?
Thank you. She should be right outside.
Do you solemnly swear that you shall make true answers to such questions that shall be put to you in this matter now?
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Tell us your name, spell your last name for the record, please.
Emily Thorndike, Thorndike.
And what town do you live in?
I actually live in Brooklyn, New York, but I summer on Cape Cod. I'm spoiled like that, so I'm in Chatham.
So where do you live now?
Brooklyn.
But where you live? Are you
in Chatham?
Chatham.
Yes.
And what do you do for work?
I own my own therapy practice right now, so I'm practicing as a business owner and a therapist.
And what is the name of the business?
It's called Wise Mind Therapy Practice.
What is it?
Wise Mind.
Wise Mind?
Yeah.
Okay. And where is that located?
It's a virtual practice, so yeah.
And how long have you been doing that?
So I had my own private practice I opened that January 2023, and then this past May I expanded. I hired somebody, so technically it's a group practice, but I've owned my own business technically for, 4 years?
So tell us your educational background, please.
I went to Dover Sherburne High School, and I went to Hartwick College, and then I went to Boston College School of Social Work.
And what degrees do you have?
So I have my master's in I have my BA in sociology. I have my master's in social work, and then I have 2 social work licenses, I guess. You have to get one before the other. So I only go by a licensed independent clinical social worker. But you have to get it's very confusing. You have to get 2 licenses, essentially.
You have those licenses?
Yes.
Within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Yes.
Now, your employment, can you tell us what your employment history was since I guess you got your master's at BC or something?
Since I got my master's at BC, I did my final year internship at McLean Hospital at their trauma program. And then once I graduated, got my MSW, my master's of social work, and then my social work license, I was offered a per diem position at that program. And I did that position for, I think it was 2 to 3 months, and then I was rehired. I went back to the short-term unit at McLean, which I had previously worked at.
So when you say the short-term unit, is
Yes.
that also referred to as the STU?
Yes, we call it the STU. It's just short-term unit. It's also referred to as AB1, which is admissions building first floor.
Now, are you familiar with this case of Lindsay Clancy?
I'm only familiar about it from what I watched before I was sequestered, but other than that, I don't know the case at all.
And when you say what you watched before you were sequestered, what
Yes.
does that mean? What did you watch?
I think it was not this past Thursday, but the one before that. I'm not going to recall the date off the top of my head, but that's when, you had told me that I'm sequestered and to no longer watch the trial or consume any of it.
So what were you watching?
I had just been watching like the day-to-day, like the live stream, and just, yeah.
Why is that?
I'm interested in the case. I honestly got into sort of watching trials from the Karen Reed trial, and then I wanted to watch this case, and obviously, I worked at McLean, so I was curious to watch it.
And when did you work at McLean?
I started there in 2014, and then I left there in December 2021.
So how many years is that?
7 years, 8 months, I think.
And what was the nature of your work? What'd you do?
I started as a mental health specialist there, which I think you can sort of try to summarize as those are the counselors are sort of directly on the unit with the patients. Our main role is to keep patients safe, really. So you're doing a lot of safety checks. You are putting eyes on patients to make sure they're not trying to harm or kill themselves. And we do crisis intervention. So when those things are happening, because they do, we are the ones to intervene. And unfortunately, there are a lot of restraints that happen on those units, and that's one of our main jobs.
So the STU that you referred to, are there a couple of them at McLean? Or?
So I'll try to explain it. When I first started there in 2014, it was one unit with 28 beds. During the time I was there was a renovation. They expanded the unit. It's a little confusing, but in 2016, I believe it became 2 separate units operating the same way. So there's short-term unit north, and then there's short-term unit south. And now south has 22 beds and north has 23. So that's why you'll see AB1S or, so they're the same unit, but there's a south side and a north side, if that makes sense.
When you were working in that particular unit, is that the same unit that Lindsay Clancy was in for the 4 to 5 day period?
Yes, I worked on both north and south for a significant amount of time.
And for all those years that you worked there, did you work days, nights, weekends, holidays?
So days and evenings, I preferred the evening shift, but you're supposed to do both, day and evening. I didn't do night. Sometimes you get mandated and you have to work an evening and a night shift, which is always pretty brutal, but I was day and evening.
Now, how about the staffing at STU, your experience?
So there's always I can sort of start with the week, I guess. There's always 4 mental health specialists and 4 nurses during the week for for the day shift. And then in the evening, it's 4 mental health specialists and 3 nurses. And then there's 1.5. It's hard to explain. There's at night, there's 3 mental health specialists, and then there's 1 nurse on north and 1 nurse on south, and then there's a nurse that goes in between at night to help both sides.
And how many beds are in the north and the south?
North is 23, south is 22.
And which one was Lindsay in?
South.
Are you familiar with the Code of Mass Regulations or regulations that mandate or require certain staffing levels within that particular unit, the STU of McLean?
Yes, like the Department of Mental Health regulations.
Can you tell the judge what your understanding of the regulations from the DMH would be on staffing?
Yeah, so the Department of Mental Health has to oversee all of the mental health facilities in Massachusetts, and they have specific requirements for safety regulation, for staffing ratios, how the unit has to be set up. You know, for example, there was a renovation while I was there to adjust handles on a sink because you could use it to harm yourself. So DMH, there's usually an annual or biannual inspection, and they will go around and they will look at charts, they will look at the unit, so they oversee everything.
And did they mandate how many doctors or nurses or safety people would be on a particular unit?
Yeah, they definitely have those requirements.
And what's your understanding of those requirements?
I believe, I'm not sure exactly. Like, I know McLean follows those regulations, but I guess there's potential that McLean might go higher than the ratio. I'm not sure. So you have to, at minimum, have a certain amount of staff, but I'm not exactly sure on that.
Are you aware in this case that McLean forwarded to the district attorney's office and the court certain discovery?
Yes.
Indicating how many doctors, nurses, and
yes.
safety workers. Did you have a chance to read that?
I did.
All right. Is it your understanding that the requirements of the DMH and minimum staffing on, well, let's say on weekends and holidays, for example, does that change year to year, or is that pretty static?
It's never changed. I mean, it didn't change from when I was there and with that document. So I guess that goes to 2023 it was. So it didn't, that was how it was when I started. Well, I guess one caveat, when it changed from a 28 bed unit to 22 and 23, there was, different numbers, because with 28 patients, you have to have, a certain number of staff. But so since it's been 22 and 23 patients on those 2 units, the staffing has not changed from when I started there and from that document that I reviewed.
Now, you indicated that you, because of your interest, were watching the proceedings on this case.
Yes.
On what, YouTube or something? Or,
yeah, whatever.
TV?
You can, yeah.
And you had the occasion to hear the cross-examination of Patrick Clancy by the district attorney, is that
yes.
right?
You mean the direct?
I'm sorry?
The direct of Patrick Clancy.
You're right. It's been a long week. Okay, direct examination. And the focus was on the fact that when Lindsay went into the hospital, it was on New Year's Eve. Is that correct? Right.
Mm-hmm.
And that she was there for that holiday weekend, and I think the following Monday was a holiday?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard the direct examination of the district attorney asking about McLean being number one hospital in the country, McLean having all of these services available to the inmates that are in there, treating them, offering all these fantastic programs on the holiday weekends and the holidays, as opposed to what Patrick had testified to. Did you see that?
Will you re-ask that question? I think I understand, but.
Okay, when you were watching on the television.
Yeah.
You saw, or the computer, you saw the questioning of the district attorney of Patrick Clancy.
Yep.
You heard Patrick Clancy make reference to the fact that his wife admitted herself into the
Right.
STU
Yep.
on holiday weekend, New Year's.
Yes.
Was there all that weekend,
Right.
into a holiday.
Right.
And the district attorney then questioning Patrick
Right.
inquired as to whether he was aware that it was
Yes.
the best hospital in the country, that there were many doctors and nurses and staff available and programs available, and Lindsay wasn't interested in any of that, right?
Yes, that's what I took from it.
Now, in your 8 years, however many years of experience that you had, is that what your understanding was in that unit?
No, that's not what I was understanding, no.
So tell the judge what your understanding was from your experience, hands-on, day after day, working in the STU for all of those years.
Right.
But you also were a supervisor of the STU at one time.
I actually wasn't. I became a social worker there, so I guess you could, one way to look at it is that, you know, the social worker and the psychiatrist, you are the treatment team, so you're making all the decisions for the patients, and so the nurses and the mental health specialists, I don't like to create a hierarchy, but they are operating underneath you, so in a way I'm supervising, but I was never a direct supervisor.
Now, you came out with a TikTok or
I did.
a reel or whatever you call it.
Yeah, TikTok.
And would you agree with me that you were pretty angry when you did that?
Yeah, definitely emotional.
So tell the judge, why were you emotional when you did that TikTok?
Well, it's a lengthy TikTok. It's about 10 minutes. And I was emotional because I felt like what was discussed in court was not aligned with what my experience was. I noted several things. I'll try to summarize some of them. There was mention that there's individual therapy on the unit. There is not. There was mention of seeing a doctor every day. I felt like there was some misleading of that. You do see a doctor every day, but on the weekends and on a holiday, it's one doctor who's seeing all of the patients. The meetings can be as short as 1 minute. Many patients decline those meetings. And the doctor who's there on the weekend and holidays is seeing 23 patients. So I felt it was misleading to indicate that there's sort of a in-depth doctor session when it's very brief.
How about programs that are offered, like making things out of clay and crayons and stuff like that?
Yes, there's clay on the unit. It's called Model Magic. It's a non-toxic kid. It's it's advertised for kids, but it's on the unit. It's in the nursing station. It's out on the unit. There is a lot of coloring. There's a specific group that I saw in the documents I reviewed called Music and Mandalas. Mandalas are basically adult coloring books. The designs are kind of abstract. You could compare it to like looking through a kaleidoscope or something, and you color them in. And Music and Mandalas is a group where you play music and the patients color.
So you understand from watching the proceedings that you became emotional over is that Lindsay went in on New Year's Eve with some fairly serious symptomology. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Patrick indicated that they were, quite frankly, pretty bluntly disgusted with the help and the care that was allegedly offered to her, right?
Right.
And you were upset about what you felt was a misleading of this witness based on the questions that were asked. Is that right?
Yes.
And Patrick had made reference to the fact that she was doing coloring and she was in the groups that were sitting there dealing with the clay, and that they felt that it was not, bluntly, any help.
Yes, and there's very minimal like family contact when the main treatment team is not there, so it's not abnormal that families wouldn't be getting like regular or like in-depth updates of what's going on. You're sort of supposed to wait until the treatment team comes back, whether it's on a Monday or in this case a Tuesday, since Monday was a holiday. That's the team who's going to be working with the patient, so most updates and communication with family and with providers aren't going to happen over the weekend either.
Now, one of the things that occurred, just for the background, is that your TikTok was observed by me, and I tried to reach out to you and couldn't find you.
That's correct.
And then I had a private investigator, Bob Jones, hunt you down, kind of, and ended up in front of your house.
No, Bob and I were sort of chuckling about that because he never ended up outside of my house, but the rest of it is all accurate. He wasn't outside of my house, but the rest of that was true.
So he was able to locate you?
He was,
He was
yes.
able to talk to you?
He was, yes.
Get your contact information?
Yes.
Provide that to me?
Yep.
And as a result of that, I reached out to you, and then you indicated that you, initially somewhat reluctant, but then ultimately agreed to get involved and talk to the judge, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, the district attorney is objecting to your testimony, and I believe they're going to argue that the change from that 1 year period, when did you leave working there?
I want to say my last date was like December 18th. Since working there, you don't get a lot of holidays off. So out of all my time there, I said, I'm going to leave right before the holidays and be able to enjoy that. So I believe it was December 18th, but mid-December. 2021.
2021.
Yeah.
And when was Lindsay in there?
December 31st, right? She came in on New Year's Eve, what would that be? 2022, right? Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
So in your opinion, is there a change that is significant in the staffing, in the nurse to patient ratio, in the safety issues, the crayons, the coloring, and all of that? Is there any change from that 1 year that you left to the time that she was in there?
From the records I reviewed as well, those are exactly the same staffing ratios, and all of the groups are the same.
So there's no change whatsoever?
Not from what I can tell from what I reviewed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Commonwealth?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
So you are currently a social worker who does their own, a licensed independent clinical social worker, right? That's the license.
Title,
when
yeah.
you're saying that's really what you kind of go by.
Yes, I'm a social worker by trade, you could say, but I'm practicing as a therapist.
And you do that virtually?
Yes.
So you don't have a brick and mortar where clients come and engage in therapy with you, right?
No, rent is expensive, so right now I'm all virtual.
Okay. And you indicated that in your time at McLean Hospital that you first started as a per diem, and that was as a mental health specialist, right?
I didn't start per diem there. I started at a 32-hour position. The per diem, there's another position I held at McLean, which is called a community residence counselor. That was a per diem position. And then the social work position I took after graduating and before I went back to McLean, the short-term unit, that was a per diem position.
So the per diem role that you had, how long did you do that role?
On which unit?
Well, you just said, when I asked you about working per diem, you said you were the community resident counselor.
Yes, I mentioned 2 per diem positions, so I just wanted to be clear. I believe it was around a year. It was on the side while I was working on the short-term unit. That was the main unit I worked on, but since I was 32 hours, I was interested in that particular McLean program, so I picked up a shift, every so often, but I was primarily on the short-term unit.
As what, though? As a mental health?
As a mental health specialist, yep.
And so you said once you got your master's, you took on a role of clinical social worker there, right?
So yes, I did.
And that was in September of 2019?
Yes.
And you said you had a chance to review the records that were sent over by McLean, right?
Right.
Now, when you were a social worker from September of 2019 to December of 2021, what was your schedule?
So I would come in around 9. You could view it as sort of normal business hours. My clinical rounds that I did with all the multidisciplinary staff was at 9:55. So that was kind of a little bit of my start time, but generally probably like 9 to 5, you could say.
And was that Monday through Friday?
Yes. I did cover weekends on occasion. Social workers, you're not required to, but it's kind of highly encouraged. So, every once in a while, I would cover a weekend as a social worker.
And you're aware that the records that came from McLean Hospital indicate that during the time period of January 1st to January 15th of 2023, that the social worker role was a day position that was Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
And that on January 1st, which was a Sunday, there was no social worker there.
Yeah, I saw that.
And on January 2nd, which would have been the observed holiday for
Right.
New Year's, there was no social worker there.
That's what I saw.
Okay. And while you would pick up shifts, the majority of your schedule was 9 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
From 2019 to 2021.
Yeah, I mean, I did regularly pick up weekends, but yes, primarily I was there during the week.
Okay. Now, you provided Attorney Reddington with some kind of like typed up notes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Where you outlined kind of what your experience was on the unit and how inpatients were, how inpatient experiences went, like the schedule and that kind of thing. And you noted that as far as the treatment team, which you referred to yourself as a social worker, worked with a psychiatrist, right?
Right.
And you identified that in your experience there was 3 teams, red, green, or blue.
Yes.
But you are also aware that the records show that every day during the week that the treatment team of a social worker and a psychiatrist, there was 4 social workers and 4 psychiatrists that were on shift.
Right.
So where's the 4th?
So the numbers aren't equal. So the medical director often took residents, so he would have a little bit less of a caseload. The lead social worker on the unit, she would go in between the different units, so she would take a smaller caseload on one unit. So, for example, I had 8 patients on my caseload, but one of my social work colleagues would have 6. So it's not an even distribution of the 3. Some of the doctors and some of the social workers just carried a different number of caseload. So,
but your testimony today, after having now reviewed the records, is that it's always been 4 social workers, 4 doctors.
Yeah, I didn't say that there wasn't before.
Well, that's why you're here, because we don't know.
Yeah, I just thought I answered your question. So, but yes.
And you came aware of this case by watching the trial, right?
Yes.
And so would you say that how many days of the trial did you watch?
All of them up until that point.
What point? What day?
I'm not remembering the date exactly. Not last Thursday, but the Thursday before.
What was the last content of testimony that you remember watching?
I believe it was maybe Patrick's friends, or I was aware that there were doctors testify. Mr. Reddington made sure I was not watching anymore, and that there were doctors coming up that were particularly important for me to not watch.
And you were asked by Attorney Reddington here about observing that testimony or the direct examination of Patrick, and I think he mentioned where it was referred to that McLean was the best hospital in the country. Do you recall that being the question that was asked of Patrick Clancy?
I don't recall.
And in fact, the Commonwealth didn't ask about his opinions of the status of the hospital, but did just verify with reference to records whether or not he knew his wife participated in particular things that were contained within the records. Did you see that in the testimony?
Yes.
And so you're aware that the testimony actually was that, or the question was, were you aware that she declined groups?
Yes.
And that's based on records you've never seen, right?
Correct.
And as far as the contact with the staff and the doctors, meaning nurses or social workers or whatnot, you haven't reviewed any of those records, right?
I have not.
And so you don't know the extent of what the interaction was with the nurse and the patient, do you?
I mean, there are some general guidelines that you have to follow. I can't tell you the content within them, but for example, mental health specialists, you're not supposed to meet with a patient longer than 20 minutes because you have other things to do. So I can't speak specifically to what happened in those conversations, but I know the general gist of how everybody's role works.
But you, when you say everybody's role, did you ever perform the role of a nurse?
No, but I work directly with them. I'm operating on the job description. It says specifically you're under the direction of the nurse. So I worked directly with nurses.
Do you go through the same training as a nurse?
No.
As far as what your knowledge is of mental health specialists, fair to say the last time you were employed as a mental health specialist there and did that work yourself was in May of 2019.
Yep.
And then you transitioned to being a social worker where you worked closely with the psychiatrist and primarily Monday through Friday.
Yeah, psychiatrists, the nurses, and the mental health specialists, you all really work together.
And you can only attest to what you would put in a note, right? As far as your contact with a patient as a social worker?
No, you have access to all of the patients on the unit, so I'm able, and it's not a HIPAA violation to do that because we all work together. Sometimes I cover other social workers' patients, so I do have access. You have access to all of the records in every patient's file, so you can read everybody's notes.
I guess my question, and that probably was a bad question, but my question is to you. Mm-hmm. When you are the social worker for a patient on the treatment team that you've described, you enter the information into the note for the social worker that becomes part of the record.
Correct.
And those are your words, your observations, your contact.
Correct.
You don't write them for other people, do you?
No, but we have to follow a certain format. So, for example, we have to write a biopsychosocial note, which is a fairly lengthy assessment, but that's a social work. You know, I learned that in grad school, so I don't know how everybody writes their notes, but we have to follow a pretty strict format to write our notes.
And is it your testimony that McLean requires only that each social worker spends a particular period of time or a max amount of time with each patient to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I have 8 patients on my caseload, so I have to see 8 patients every day, and so you are limited with how much time you can spend with them because there's several other tasks I have to do. So you really can't spend a significant amount of time with your patients.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, does McLean tell you that you can only spend 5, 10, or 15 minutes with a patient?
Yes, it's directly told from the people above me. It's something that's communicated in a way where you could sort of get in trouble if you're not doing that. So yes, it comes directly from McLean.
And do you have any information, having left there in 2021, that the same people supervising the social workers were giving those same instructions?
I mean, no, I don't know that.
Do you know anything about how many people were actually occupying beds between January 1st and January 5th of 2023?
No, it obviously has a max of, so I don't know how many patients were there, but you can have up to 22 there, so yeah.
And you've also indicated in your notes to Attorney Reddington that sometimes the people that are there for a particular period of time have the ability to go out on passes for weekends.
Correct. Yes.
Does that, in your experience, did that tend to happen around holidays?
Yes.
And so you don't know between January 1st and January 5th of 2023 who might have been assigned to a bed there but out on a pass that weekend, do you?
No, I don't know what happened that weekend.
And that would affect how many people are actually occupying the beds would affect the ratio of staff to patient during that time period, right?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, I mean, it's the same amount of staff there. Are you saying like they're
right,
meeting with patients? Right,
it's the same amount of staff regardless because it's by shift, right?
Right.
So if the unit has 22 beds in it, but say 5 people are off on a pass for that weekend, then the same staff that are there for the entire weekend have 5 less patients.
No. You're still assigned. Every patient has to be assigned to a mental health specialist and a nurse. And so when you go on a pass, there's a limit. And day and evening shift, like the limit of the pass is 8 hours. So no matter what, you have to check in with your staff person before you leave for your pass, and you have to check in with your assigned staff when you come back. So there's no patient who's not assigned to somebody. It's just they might not be on the unit the whole time when you're on your shift.
Okay, so if they're not, they might not lose a patient on their load, for instance, but that person isn't there that they have to check in with every so often, or they have to check in with about groups or keep track of or meet with, right? If they're on a pass and they're out of the facility for 8 hours, they're physically not present, and that worker doesn't have eyes on them.
Yeah, you only check in once per shift anyway, so if they're going, you check in with them before, and when they come back, you check in with them after. But yes, you're not checking in with them when they're off the unit.
And you don't know what the numbers were
No, I don't.
during that time period. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right. All right, Mr. Rankin, I'll hear you on the motion. You may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I think it's obvious that the witness has the educational background. She certainly has the experience, interestingly enough, of that very unit that Lindsay was on for that period of time. She's well aware of the staffing, indicated to you that the staffing ratio to patient, et cetera, has not changed according to the items that the government has brought here today. That at the time that she was there, it was on a weekend. She indicated about the the weekend staffing, the holiday staffing. She indicated that they have these coloring programs and programs that Patrick was relating to, and indicates the skeleton crew, if you will, in a sense, on that particular period of time in the holidays, which is very corroborative of what Patrick had indicated in his testimony. So, I'm not looking to bring her in to disparage McLean Hospital. They've done a good job of that themselves. I'm bringing her in to just have evidence as to what Patrick's testimony was relating to what his wife went through when she was in McLean, to corroborate the fact, as opposed to what was raised on direct exam with the government when they were questioning him about all of these wonderful programs that she apparently was not interested in participating in, which is very, very, I would argue, improper inference for the jury to consider.
All right. Kamal?
Your Honor, would object to the witness, and even now after the voir dire, I think it's clear that the best evidence of what the defendant was provided by way of care, treatment, however you want to call it, is the record in and of itself. It's the record from McLean that documents each and every contact she had with each and every person that was on staff during the time period she was there. Now, just to be clear, there's been some indication that she went there on the 31st of December, but the records are clear to say she was transported, and she didn't arrive at McLean until the early morning hours of January 1st. So that's when the records start, and they document her each and every day and each and every step of the way, consistent with how Dr. Goodhart described the process of how you're in intake and then how you go through the day and what the general schedule is in the contact with the treatment team. This witness is offering no more information than what's contained within the record, and no more information that's what's contained in the records that were just received for the trial subpoena. And I would suggest to you that the fact that she, in her last role as a social worker from 2019 to 2021, where she was a day staff person that worked Monday through Friday, that wasn't there on the weekends, that she does have a limited amount of information, and it's attenuated, more attenuated than we had initially believed, from the dates in which the defendant was at this particular hospital. So I would suggest, or I would object and argue that the best evidence is the records in and of themselves, the records that now have been subpoenaed that can be admitted to identify the particular staff. I'd also like to point out that counsel is referring to offering this to rebut certain inferences or certain statements that the Commonwealth made in the direct examination of Mr. Clancy, but no one has said that McLean is a #1 hospital. That wasn't the testimony. That wasn't the question put before him. It was simply what he knew, what he observed, and if he knew what was contained within the record. So there's been no presentation of evidence that would suggest that a person needs to come in to dispute that the groups are the groups. The court and the jury can see from the record what the groups were, and they can make their own decisions based on what they described them to be in the record, if that was treatment or not treatment. I don't believe that the Commonwealth presented it as treatment. I believe the Commonwealth presented it as resources available to the individual while they were there at the hospital. The treatment piece or the therapy comes from the psychiatrist, which this witness can't testify to because she's not. So I would object for her to being called as a witness for those reasons.
All right. All right. Well, I'm looking at this really as a kind of two issues. First is late disclosure of the witness, and I'm not And that goes into a whole different analysis, and also analysis under Rule 403, which is relating to relevant evidence. And as that proposed rule says, evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of, that part doesn't apply. First off, I find this witness credible. I find that, and I appreciate her being willing to offer the information that she has, but that's not always the whole finding on this. And so under cases such as Taylor versus Illinois, Commonwealth versus Dunning, Commonwealth versus Steinmeier, a couple other cases, I have to look at a number of factors. The first is prevention of surprise. Well, the Commonwealth has been aware of this issue for at least a week or so, so I'm not considering that. Evidence of bad faith, there's no bad faith I see from either side in naming this or calling this person at this time. There's the prejudice to the other party. I think there's just limited prejudice, if any, to the Commonwealth. However, though, the final two are the issues that I think are more relevant in this. One is the materiality of the testimony in this. And I find that there's limited materiality, that's hard to say, because mainly this witness hadn't worked there for a year. So there's at least a gap between when she worked there and when the relevant time period is here. There's also, I imagine, different personnel. They're working on different shifts. And so there's kind of limited value to that testimony. I also, I don't remember any five-star type inferences. In fact, so I'm not going to, that's going to be measured by the jury. But I didn't see any mentions that this was a five-star facility. And then also the concern is, or the factor is, the effectiveness of less severe sanctions. And I would find that the records that have been brought in pursuant to the subpoena in the last couple of days from McLean's talks about the staffing levels on holidays and not on holidays. So if there's a question of whether or not there was a quote-unquote skeleton crew that was on for those, at least the first 2 days of this time that Ms. Clancy was there, that's reflected in the records. There also, in the records here, is a list of whatever programs were offered and also when they were offered. So if there's a question of less programs being offered on a holiday than during the week, those are contained in the records. And so I'm going to deny the defendant's motion to call this witness, but I am going to allow the defendant, if the defendant wishes, to submit those McLean's records specifically regarding the staffing and the programs that are available, not just on that weekend, but for the week. And I think there's records in there for the week before, so there could be a comparison between what was available to Ms. Clancy during the week and what was available to her on a holiday weekend. So that's going to be my finding. I'll issue a written ruling on this, but I just kind of wanted to give the parties at least some idea, as well as the witness who's been here, I know, a couple of days. I just kind of wanted to thank her for that. So with that, we'll be in recess till 2:15. We'll come back and resume the trial. Okay?
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
I know it's a technicality, no my objection.
Duly noted. Thank you.
In my opinion about this, I believe her watching the trial at all caused her to not be part of it. In my opinion. Right, he's not allowing the testimony. No. Alright, so now yeah, so I'll replay one of the days from the Tupac trial. Again. Right?
Are investigating it.
And fair to say that with regards to report writing, it helps you later refresh your recollection if you're ever unlucky enough to be sitting in this chair facing towards these people, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In this case, you were asked to retrieve this video that was what we've all seen right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to write a report for that?
No.
Now, you had shared with us earlier that you had reviewed the videos. Anything about the review of the videos that would have required you to put it into a report?
No.
Okay. And you were going to, I must have cut you off. You were going to say something. Did you want to finish?
I did not, like you said that I provided this video.
Yes.
I did not provide this video.
Okay, so, and once again, we want to make sure that we're accurate, right? So what is your role in this whole thing and what you did here?
The video that we all reviewed, to be able to say that it's MGM Grand's video, that's MGM Grand's location, and whatever you guys want to talk about inside of the video.
Right. So in terms of you verifying it, was it just you looking at the video and saying, yes, that's the casino floor of the MGM?
Yes.
In terms of the date and time, for instance, you're just relying on what's date stamped and timed on the actual video that you watched, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't have any other way of verifying any of the time and date in this case outside of what's time stamped on the video, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's not a trick question. I just want to make sure we're clear. Yeah, you're good. But in terms of the case itself, was there an internal number that was assigned by the MGM property specifically as to this event in September of 2000 or 1996?
I don't know that answer.
So when you were asked to review the videos, do you know if there were any reports that were written by MGM Security or MGM investigators like yourself on September 7th, 1996 with regard to this event?
I don't know that answer.
Now, in addition to that, you were asked to look through the video. Were you ever asked to locate anyone based upon the video that you saw in this case?
No.
All right. And the way the surveillance worked back then, right? I'm assuming you weren't, that was 14 years ago, so that would have been, you were there in 2012.
Technically, I got hired in 2010.
2010, all right. So this is another, take a step back, another 14 years prior to you working there. We heard testimony that the recording system was all VHS based.
Yes.
If you could describe for the jury, right? So you have a control room, I'm assuming, with all these monitors that are on there.
Yes, sir.
And there's multiple people that are probably looking at different quadrants or areas of the casino.
They're looking at different monitors. Yes, sir.
Okay, and some of them are concerned with, like, say, cheating on the tables and that kind of thing, right?
That is a different team altogether.
I see.
You have your security team and you have your gaming surveillance team.
I see. So as a security team, you're just tasked with safety on the premises.
Correct.
Okay. And so in this case, when those cameras are going around, they're going around automatically until such time as somebody in the control room looks and says, oh, there's something going on right here, and then manually focuses the camera over there.
Some of the cameras, yes.
Okay. And even if the person in the room is not seeing it, sometimes they'll get a call from security saying, hey, we've got a situation over by the elevator banks, and then that would draw someone's attention to that monitor and move the camera over to that area.
Yes, sir.
Now, is the person that's operating the camera at that point in direct contact with the security team that is down below, like in this case, in the elevator area?
Yes, sir.
So they would be communicating back and forth about whatever it is that would be going on that would be helpful for everybody to know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, you have obviously a lot of people on the property.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you're too young for this, but I mean, this was fight night, right? Mike Tyson against Bruce Seldon.
Yes, sir.
Is that typical? Like, is that a typical amount of people on the MGM property?
In my experience, yes, that's a typical of fight night that you would have.
Right. So nowadays it's UFC or some type of championship thing with somebody, I don't know. But once again, championship level sort of thing, right?
Yes, sir.
Not an everyday.
Not an everyday thing.
All right. And obviously there's a ton of people that are there. We see at some point the group that attacked the individual run.
Yes,
and they
sir.
run out of the area. And I want to make sure the jury understands. So going back here again here to State's Exhibit number 144, the area where the attack happens is right here. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this is right next to it. It just says elevator core, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we talked a little bit about where they exited, and you had mentioned somewhere, but I just want to make sure I'm clear as to where that would have been. Can you tell the jury where they exited?
From what I observed, it.
Sir, just so that you know, you could actually take that mouse that's right there and just move it around.
Can't when he's on the dock cam.
They
All right,
changed
Donna
it.
pointed out.
Usually they can, but
All right. Just go ahead and just describe it, and I'll just point it
He
out.
appears to have traveled initially after the altercation. He appears to travel north up into the casino area, around that area, and then from the description, it looks like he comes back south and then turns to the
Approach that screen and point.
Oh, thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, please. Could you just
Talk loudly while you're over there.
yeah, you can get up and just point it out on that big screen if you want.
Sorry about that. I should have done that.
The altercation occurs in the elevator core. It appears that he travels up through this location on the casino floor, and then turns here and then comes back down. And it appears that he goes. I would have to watch it again. I'm a little confused on the exact route. There's only two routes. You either went out the Port of Ricochet or went out the Lion entrance, but I'd have to watch it one more time to be able to confirm that.
If we could ask the state to be so kind as to replay that particular video back for the witness.
Yeah, she needs to put it back on me.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And once again, this would be 115C as in Charlie. Did it help?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Let's show this to the jury then. Put this back up if you want to go in.
Yes, sir.
Deep and away from me for a second. Showing you again State's Exhibit 44. Can you explain to the jury the path that was taken?
Initially, it starts in the elevator core. They exit the elevator core. They enter the casino floor. They come down. They pass the cage. They pass the Emerald City, and then they're out the line entrance.
All right, and for the record, the line entrance is on the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, with regards to how we're able to determine this, obviously it's, we're looking at this particular map here, and there's names of certain parts on here. Did that help you in terms of seeing where the camera locations were?
Yes.
As well as just looking and seeing that there was a casino cage and there was, you know, you were able to determine just based upon that where everything was?
Correct.
Okay. Now, looking at the map again as well, can you point out for us the number of cafes that's located on the property? Would reading the actual thing help you?
Yes, I think it would have. You want the number of cafes, sir?
Yeah, just tell me how many cafes are on the map.
One, two, three. Three?
All right. I'm sorry, I may approach.
Oh, of course. You may move freely.
Thank you. Showing you again for the jury 144. If you can just get up and point to the map in terms of where the cafes are on property in 1996 for us, please.
You have the Coyote Cafe, the studio, I'm not sure, coffee shop, and I believe this is also a gourmet coffee stand.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Now, in terms of the number of people moving through the casino, obviously very excited in terms of who they think is going through the casino. Would that have been something that would have been unnoticed by anyone?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Seems like a weird question, right? But the idea behind it is that there are so many people moving through that casino. Is MGM built in such a way where you wouldn't notice that, the noise or the bustle or anything like that?
Yes.
It is built that way?
No, you wouldn't notice it.
And in terms of the number of people that are going through there at that particular time, you have camera angles, right? And they're showing us where these people are going, right?
Yes.
So outside of the casino, going back down here to the bottom of 144, were there any camera angles out here in the line entrance to help us see where the individuals left and what direction they went to?
Not that I'm aware of.
And fair enough that there's actually cameras that are outside the property as well to protect the MGM property, right?
Generally, yes. I
Yeah.
don't know what it was at this time.
Sure, and I'm not trying to pin you down, but the idea behind it would be, even now, for instance, there would be surveillance cameras to help protect the property.
Correct.
Now, directing your attention over here to, you had mentioned this before, what is this called here? I don't...
The Apodaca.
Okay, what is that?
It's a drop-off, pickup, a taxi line, limo service. It's basically everything for the guests arriving to the property.
Arrive and leaving at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And fair enough, once again, there should have been or would have been cameras as far as you would believe in the hotel registration area as well as this Porter
Cashier, yes, sir.
Thank you, Cashier. There would have been cameras there, at least now there are.
Yes, there are.
Okay. Now, do you know what MGM's policy is with regards to events that occur on property where police officers request video surveillance to be captured?
Yes, I know the policy.
Okay, what is the policy?
The policy when police request video is they submit a what we call an admin subpoena with the date, time, and kind of information that they're requesting, and then a member of either security surveillance or gaming surveillance will put that video onto a portable drive of some sort and provide it to the police.
Right. And with regards to that video surveillance, is it the entire property?
No.
Okay. What typically is requested of the police officers and what's typically protected or is saved by MGM?
Situations dictate, but whatever they're initially requesting, if they're looking for a physical altercation, that's what they're going to get, is the physical altercation. We don't provide, a 24-hour movement of the persons. It depends on what they're requesting.
Right. So in this particular guard, you have an individual dressed in a Dan Marino jersey that at some point leaves the elevator area. Recall that?
Yes.
Now, do you know if there was ever a request to follow that individual through the casino and maybe off the casino premises just because he had been involved in an altercation with some other people?
I'm not aware of any request.
You don't have no further questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Okay.
it.
Redirect, Mr. Duffin.
Just briefly. You mentioned one, you didn't know if this was 1996 or not, correct?
Correct.
You also said you weren't sure whether or not there was a report written by security.
Correct.
Let me show you. Does that document generally look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that indicates the accuracy of the times on the, generally speaking, on the video that we have.
Yes, sir.
And I want to read that description to yourself. And there's more. But,
yes, sir.
Based upon reading that, are you comfortable that the Coyote Cafe was present in 1996?
Yes.
And the report, does it indicate that Orlando Anderson was trying to, this person in the 13 was attempting to push past security into this cafe when he was attacked?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Any recross based on that, Mr. Sampt?
And I'm sorry, sir, I forgot your last name.
Ingram.
Ingram. Mr. Ingram, the report that you just read, did you author that report?
No.
Now, in terms of the report, fair to say the report is basically reflecting what's found on the videos that's been provided by the state.
I'm sorry, I lost track. What?
The videos that we watched earlier, is that what's in the report?
Yes.
So, in essence, the jury can see the report for them, or see the videos for themselves to determine what was happening in terms of actions and what people were doing, right?
I don't know if that's completely accurate. There's things that are in report that are written by like eyewitness that you can't see on video.
Sure. Now, the report itself, do you know who wrote it?
I do not.
Do you know if that person had the same training and experience that you have here today talking to this jury?
I do not.
And in terms of the report itself, is it a standard report that would have been drafted back in those days?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there would have been somebody who would have supervised that report, I would assume, and reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who it is in this document?
Who the supervisor?
The supervisor is.
I don't know who the manager at the time was.
All right. Once again, not you. You were 12, right? Okay.
Young, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just briefly. Mr. Sam said that only what was seen on the video is in this report, but there's actually a description of what what the person in number 13 was doing before we could see it in video, if you read the first.
Yes, he... Yes, sir.
This is a document that appears to be authored by somebody who was present and confronting Mr. Anderson from security as he was trying to get into the Coyote Cafe when he was attacked, and then we see on video kind of the remnants of that attack, but not the beginning of it, correct?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm just going to object to that question.
Well, he opened door with that question by
Leading?
saying,
What's your response on leading?
oh, as the leading? Okay, read the first 4 lines of the report. I'll rephrase my
Okay,
question.
so it's sustained. You may rephrase.
Read the beginning of the report.
On Sunday, August 7th, 1996, at approximately 8:50 p.m., this officer was in the elevator core when I noticed a BMA wearing a sports jersey force his way past the officers.
Your Honor, at this particular point, I'm going to object as this is hearsay, and there's no exception to this particular statement being brought in.
Okay, your response on that one?
2 things. 1, he opened the door by claiming this report only says it's that. 2, it's a report generated at the time by the person who witnessed it, and it is a record of the MGM from MGM in 1996, all of which would qualify for admissibility.
Your Honor, maybe approach.
Sure. All right, overruled. This statement is not being offered for its truth. Instead, it's being offered to rebut the idea that the only thing that the report contains is viewable on the video, and the jury is to consider it for such.
If you could just, I guess, start over. Start at the beginning there and stop at the point you get to this person in the jersey getting attacked.
On Sunday, August 7th, 1996, at approximately 8:50 p.m., this officer was in the elevator core when I noticed a BMA wearing a sports jersey force his way past the officers. Chelsea, I can't read the first name, Muniz Roberts, at the North Key checkpoint by Coyote Cafe. The unidentified BMA was questioned by myself and officer. Your screen went black.
Oh, sorry. I love technology.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, maybe approach again while Mr. Jacques was working on technology.
With Mr. Claus? Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead. I think you were an officer whose name you couldn't quite figure out.
The unidentified BNL was questioned by myself and Officer Gamba on the side of Coyote Cafe. The BMA was very uncooperative on answering our questions. While questioning the BMA, he continually kept looking over his shoulder towards the North Key checkpoint. It was seconds thereafter when I noticed a large group of BMAs force their way through the North Key checkpoint. The large group of BMAs, approximately 20, were running right in our directions. As they got close to, when I got close to the BMA that was being questioned, started to run south towards the elevator core. Around 5 or 6 BMAs from the group caught up with a single VMA, grabbed him, punched him, and knocked him to the.
That's probably far enough. Okay. Thank you, sir. I have no more questions.
Okay, Mr. Stamp, anything else based on that? I guess that'd be recross.
No, Your Honor, but with regards to my discussions with the state, I'm going to move for the admission of that particular page that was read into the record.
Any objection by the state?
I don't. There's a second page. You want to read it all first and then make a decision? Is it the first page or both pages?
Is it bad, the second page?
At least page 1 will be admitted. Page 2 is still up in the air. But would that be next in line for the state, or do you want it as defense exhibit, Mr. Sampson?
This will be defense exhibit B, Your Honor.
Okay, so that'll be admitted as defense exhibit B. We'll hold tight to see if you want 1 or 2 pages. How many pages?
Potentially 2, but right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let my clerk know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So nothing further.
Nothing further there.
Any questions from the jury for Mr. Ingram? We do have at least 1. Okay, can I have the parties approach?
Left turn lane, 2 forward lanes, and a right turn lane, and the vehicles were in the farthest left center lane.
Farthest left center lane.
Correct.
Meaning that they were intending on going forward.
Correct.
They're not making that left.
No, but they ended up making a U-turn.
Sure, and once again, for our edification, this is 30 years ago, right? So you've got 3 lanes going directly east, and is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And then you have, is it 2 lanes that are actually turn lanes to turn onto Como, or is it just
Actually, I
one?
believe it was 2 lanes, so it would be from the facing east, it would have been the 3rd lane that they were in. There's 2 turn lanes, 2 straight lanes, and then a right turn lane.
All right. And then with regards to the vehicles themselves, your testimony was that there was a white van of some sort, or maybe vehicle in front of the black BMW.
Yeah, it was a white Dodge Stratus.
I see. Is that a van? No, that's a car.
It's a 2-door sedan.
Okay. And then behind it is the BMW.
Yes.
And then behind it are multiple cars leading back.
Yes.
And your testimony was that you had identified a Lex. Is it a Lexus behind it?
I think it was a Lexus, I believe so.
And then another vehicle, and then a white Chevy, and then it just kept going all the way down.
Correct.
So even though we're identifying these vehicles, you don't know how many vehicles were in the procession or the.
It was several. I didn't count them at the time, but it was a good 10 vehicles.
Okay. And all those vehicles are now making a U-turn and heading back towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
Correct.
You don't see the actual shots being, someone actually pointing a gun at something and shooting something.
No, I did not.
You just heard it.
Yes.
The individual that you had identified as the person with the gun.
Yes.
Did you see that individual shoot his weapon?
No.
All right, but you saw him dressed up in a relatively nice-looking sort of presentation, black pants.
Yes, he was well dressed.
Okay, vest and a white shirt. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it. Yeah, you can back up there. Yeah.
Sit down.
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
No worries. State, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Heidemeyer. You are free to go.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome. State, you have 1 more, right? Before
Yes,
lunch?
Judge.
Okay, who's that going to be?
Dino Kelly.
solemnly swear or affirm testimony about the given this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. And if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
It's Dean O'Kelly, and it's DEAN O''K''E''L''E''Y.
Thank you, Mr. O'Kelly. You may proceed, Mr. DeJagna.
Sir, how are you currently employed?
I'm a deputy marshal in district court with Judge Erica Mendoza.
Prior to become a deputy marshal, well, I guess you've had multiple hats. At some point, were you a Metro police officer?
Yes, I was for 20 plus years.
And approximately what year did you start?
September of 1991.
And then when did you retire as a Metro officer?
July 12th of 2012.
And after July 12th of 2012, did you do something else with Metro?
I did for about almost 8.5 years. I was a cold case homicide investigator.
Now, well, let me ask you this. When did you first go to homicide?
In 2003, on July.
So on September 7th of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was a detective in the gang unit on one of the enforcement teams.
What does that mean you did for Metro? What's an enforcement team?
So the enforcement teams are dressed in greens, and we usually have 5 or 6 detectives together, and we would patrol known gang areas and come in contact with gatherings that involved gang members. And then after enforcement, I did 2 years in investigation where I investigated gang-related crimes.
Before I get to your actions on this particular evening, I want to ask you a little bit about how the process of report writing has changed at Metro over the years. You have handled your own cases since the early 2000s, but you also were a cold case investigator, which I assume that means you also have experience with years and years and years before you ever even became a police officer.
Certainly.
Was there a particular way that cases were documented up until the early to mid 2000s?
I mean, I think there's been some changes over time just because of the digital age. And, when I first went to homicide, we were still using typewriters that had the little spinning ball on there and actually typing in triplicate, those types of things. Keeping our notes, handwritten in our notebook. And then it kind of changed over time. Everything went digital and we started keeping things on the computer.
And so, when we're talking 96, there was multiple reports written by officers as they did things because there wasn't the same computerized systems we have today.
That's correct.
Modern day, is there something called a main case report or a main officer's report related to homicides?
Yes, there is.
Explain that to ladies and gentlemen.
So what we normally do, and it kind of depends on the detective themselves. I mean, you probably worked with people that have Post-its all over their desk and it's a total wreck and you have no idea what you're looking at, but they know where everything is and they know how it's organized. We had detectives that were like that. Me personally, I would keep everything on what's called a case management form. So from the very beginning, from the very start of when we got a call and we're keeping notes in a notebook, all that information go into a case management form. So I wouldn't be initially concerned with an officer's report getting started at any point because I was using that management form each and every time we did something investigatively. If we took a phone call from a witness, then I would document that on that form. And at some point, especially if you had somebody that was in custody, you would transfer all that information over into an organized officer's report, which would then have the title at the top. It would have the date and time and location of when the incident occurred, who's involved, who are the suspects, who are the victims, who are the witnesses, and it would be in a chronological order in an investigation. But initially, everything's kept just basically in the management form. Eventually, you want to get to the point where you put together all that information into an officer's report, And there will come a point in time where the individual detective would make the decision that the officer's report's final, right? You would get it signed off. It'd be signed off by your sergeant. It'd go into the case file. And then from that point, you would just basically be filing addendums as new information came in. You might write that information down on that management form and then do an additional officer's report. That's definitely something that I saw when I went to cold case. Some of the cases that were, 20 years old, every single step that detective did was a completely separate officer's report. So you'd get 15 officers' report in the case file. It definitely made a lot more sense to finally get to one point where we had just one officer's report covering the case.
And in your experience, is it unusual for an officer's report to be the very last thing that's generated by the detective assigned to the particular case?
No, that's not unusual at all.
I want to direct your attention back to September of 1997, and I'm going to put up really two aerials for you first of all, but I'm going to start with State's Exhibit number 1. Can we go back to me? That appears to be an aerial of Las Vegas Valley.
Yes.
Okay. And it's clearly more modern than 1996 because you can see T-Mobile over here and some other things. Is that correct?
Quite a bit different today. Yes, that's true.
And then I'm going to go back and show State's Exhibit number 2. This is a much earlier rendition of the Las Vegas Valley because T-Mobile's not there. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And identified on State's Exhibit number 2 is where the I can move the mouse away. Where it says Monte Carlo, that's generally where the Park MGM is today.
That's correct.
And at the time, back in 1996, there was a club called the 662 Club on Flamingo. Is that correct?
Yes, very familiar with it.
And is that referenced in State's Exhibit number 2 as well?
It is.
And is that generally in the location where it's at?
Correct.
So now I want to jump back to 1. At about 11:17 p.m. On September 7th of 1996, where were you?
We were conducting enforcement activity kind of northeast of the location of Koval and Flamingo.
And did something catch your attention?
Yes. As we were out with a couple of 2-3 gang members, we heard over the radio an officer rather excited, certainly under a stressful situation, reporting shots being fired and requesting a code red on the radio. We weren't very far away, so we cut the guys loose that we were with, got in our vehicles, and with lights and siren, we went over to respond to the area of the Maxim Hotel.
When an officer calls out code red, what does that mean? What is he trying to do?
The code red is so that no other radio traffic is coming across except for what those officers are going through. So it's trying to keep the radio traffic to a minimum. So we didn't even announce that we were en route. That's not important for dispatch or really anybody else to know that we were on our way because we're waiting for updates from that officer or from the officers involved. So we stay off the radio. It's a sacred thing. You don't break the code red unless you really have to get on the radio.
And where do you respond to?
We responded to the intersection of Koval and Flamingo right there at the Maxim Hotel. Now it's called the Westin. But we went into the parking lot on the south side of the Maxim and where we saw a patrol unit.
At some point, do you walk out onto Flamingo? Well, let me ask you this. When you first arrive, is there traffic still driving eastbound on Flamingo?
Yes, I mean, nothing nothing's changed so far as traffic at that point, because whatever had happened was several minutes before that. So now people are still just driving by. We got to the parking lot. My Sergeant Cindy West, had inquired as to where the shots had come from, and we were able to look out into the street there on Flamingo, just west of Koval, and I saw in the headlights just little glints of light and recognized that. I spent plenty of time on a firing range, and I know what brass looks like on the ground. So we were able to determine where several cartridge cases were located in the street west of Koval on Flamingo.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Proposed Exhibit 34 to 41. As you look through those, I'm going to grab something from the clerk. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
When we spotted the cartridge cases in the street, at the time my enforcement vehicle was in a Chevy van, and we had a whole bunch of cones. So as we located the cartridge cases there on the roadway, we took a bunch of cones out of my vehicle and actually placed them, in the photographs you'll see it a little bit different, but we placed the cones on top of or over the cartridge cases, so the cones protected where they were located, because you could even see there was at least, I know one for sure, maybe more, that had already been run over by traffic, so it was a little bit mangled. So we protected the crime scene, and we also popped a couple of flares on the north side of the number 3 travel lane where the cartridge cases are located.
And this State's Exhibits 34 through 41 fairly and accurately represent that situation.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admit it?
So I'm going to put up 34. And can you just describe for us what we're looking at?
So you can see the cartridge cases are kind of straddling the 2 lanes.
Can I stop you for a second, Mr. O'Kelly?
Yes.
There's a mouse sitting right there. Don't click it. Just it'll freeze up the whole system, but you can use it as a pointer.
Exactly. So these 2 cones that we set up here were more or less to protect where the cartridge cases were located. These other cones are covering the actual cartridge cases in the roadway. The one that's closest to us in this picture is a bullet fragment. It was the furthest away from Koval. And then the other cones are all spent cartridge cases, Winchester, Smith & Wesson 40 caliber cartridge cases.
Do you know a person by the name of Dan Ford?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Dan?
Dan Ford is a senior crime scene analyst that I worked with quite a bit. We started on the department right around the same time. And ran into him several times on cases that I worked with in the gang unit investigations. We also utilized him on the RICO task force that I was on for a couple of years. And then he responded to countless homicide investigations during my career.
Eventually, does Mr. Ford leave the crime scene that was at Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard and come, and is he the person that takes these pictures and winds up collecting these items?
Yes, he is. Fortunately, Dan was already dispatched to the area of the Maxim for the patrol units that had called out on the radio the shots that were fired. They were taking a report for damaged vehicles that were there, and Dan had already been dispatched to that. So he wasn't far away when the shots rang out, and he was requested to come to that scene.
Sitting there in front of you is State's Proposed Exhibit 129. Looking at State's Proposed Exhibit number 129, do you recognize what that item is?
Yes, I do. I've seen and reviewed the handwritten evidence inventory that was authored by Dan Ford. I can see that that's his handwriting. It's also his initials and P number that are on the package for the Winchester cartridge cases.
And then there's a red seal on the back of here. That would have been placed on by Mr. Ford, correct?
The red seal is not, so it is marked up here at the top for his P number. This doesn't look, I don't know, that he wrote the date on that. So 9/7 of 96. So he initialed it in the top corner and then put the date down in the bottom corner, yes.
And all these blue seals are the times that the forensic lab has opened this package in order to look at these items and potentially do some testing.
That's correct. But I do remember from the evidence inventory that that Dan had indicated that these cartridge cases were checked for fingerprints at the time with negative results.
So I'm going to have, well, I guess I'll move to admit 129, Judge.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so admitted.
I'm going to have you cut this not along a seal if there's a place left to do it.
Is there a place?
I think if we cut right on there, we can pull those items out.
Oh, yeah, down here at the bottom I can. I don't think we have to go too far. Just do that.
And we just pull those items out. These, well, they will eventually be marked 129 G, A through G, but I'm going to show you this one, which has a 14 on the top of it. And you said you remember at least one of them was mangled.
Mm-hmm. This one's flattened on the opening opposite of the head stamp. It's flattened, so it's been run over.
And there appears to be at least one more of these that has some damage to it. And several of them have damage to them. Yeah. Is that correct?
They're definitely misshapen. A couple of them are. This is actually the closest that I've seen them, because when we came out, we just put the cones right over the top of them, didn't mess with them at all. So I'm able to now look at even the primary impacts, which is significant.
Why is that significant?
Because a Glock pistol has a rectangular opening for the firing pin. It's vertically oriented on the front of the bolt face for a Glock pistol, and you can tell by looking at the primer impact that that's roughly the shape of the impact on the primer.
So that suggests to you that the weapon was a Glock 40.
That's correct.
Now, Detective, or I guess it's Mr. O'Kelly now.
Detective retired. I don't know. Deputy Marshal.
Yeah, Deputy Marshal, there you go. While you're at the scene, are you getting updates on the radio as to potential suspect vehicles that you should be looking for?
Periodically, again, that code red is in effect for quite a while, so there's not a lot of radio traffic that was going on. The call came in initiating the code red at 11:17. We were short distance away, and we went code. Well, we ran code, so we did lights and siren. It didn't take us very long to get there. I know that Sergeant West waited until there was a complete lull in the radio traffic and announced that we were en route and arrived at the same time, and I believe that was at 11:26. We had been there before that, so we were there before 11:20. We were already there at the scene. So at about a little bit past 11:30, we got an update on the rough description of a light-colored Cadillac. I know at some point on the CAD report it said late 90s. It had to be late 80s, right? This is 96. And there was also some indication that it was in good condition, which would say that it was an older vehicle than late 90s, right? So we were looking for a light-colored, possibly white Cadillac with two black male occupants. And there was a report that it was northbound on Audrey, which now Audrey Lane is the Link, right? It's the Link lane. So it's on the west side of the Maxim going north. There was some report that possibly that's where the suspect vehicle had gone.
So the initial report says light color Cadillac, last seen northbound on Audrey.
Right, with two black males at that point.
Do you wind up getting updates throughout the evening as to the vehicle you're looking for?
We did. I'd say it was about an hour or so, about 1:45 maybe, right around that time, that we got an update that we were looking for that same white Cadillac in good condition, but potentially occupied now by 4 black males, and was southbound on Koval. That later made a little bit more sense to us, especially that we were out on the eastbound lanes of Koval, right just short of the intersection, and that the Cadillac had to have been to the south of the BMW, and it made more sense that they would have made a right turn. So that definitely clicked when we were told they were southbound on Koval.
Does there come a point in time when you do what's known as an ATL or attempt to locate that particular vehicle?
Yes. Thankfully, because Dan Ford was not too far away, we were able to get relieved from our protection of the crime scene where the cartridge cases were located. And it was, I think we cleared exactly an hour after the initial code red was called. And that was the first thing that we did was we went south on Koval, we checked areas that we frequented in the gang unit looking for potentially really any light colored Cadillac. I mean, you know the kind of the yellowish lights that we have in town, the street lights that they use for low, so it's not too much light in town. Those can kind of throw you off on color. So we were looking for any light colored Cadillac.
We'll put back up State's Exhibit 1. During all this time period that you and your partner ATL'd for this white Cadillac, did you ever drive into the parking lot of the carriage house?
No, I can say that in my 35 years, I've never been in the carriage house.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Singh.
Sorry, sir, what's your last name again?
O'Kelly, O''K-E-L-L-E-Y.
Mr. O'Kelly, thank you for being here today. Your testimony, obviously, I would imagine before you were here, you probably reviewed your reports, whatever it is you wrote during that time period.
I didn't write any. Okay. Certainly, even after I went to homicide, I wasn't involved in the investigation for this case. I did review the CAD report, the computer-aided dispatch report, noting those times. I don't have that great a memory, so I'm going to have to tell you that. And that handwritten evidence inventory by Dan Ford. I have both copies right here in my notebook.
I see. So at the time you retired as a homicide detective?
I did.
And then at that point, you came back to work as in the cold case unit as an investigator?
I did, yes.
All right. Now, a couple things. First of all, when you retired as a detective with homicide, were there any outstanding reports that you had not drafted when you left?
I can tell you that and people love me, so they got a limousine and we had a big party. So as there was a limousine out in front of headquarters at 400 Martin Luther King, I was typing the last officer's report that I needed to personally finish. I was leaving a partner behind whose name is also Dean, so he was able to tie up any of the cases that we had at that point. But I would say there were, but the ones that I knew I needed to get done before I left, I got done.
And the reason why you prioritize those ones is because I would imagine they're still open investigations and you're handing it off to the next person to continue with your work.
That's correct. It makes it easier for them if it's tied up as best we can.
Right. Did you take any of those cases with you when you went over to the cold case unit?
When I came back to cold case, that was the original reason that I even agreed to do cold case homicide investigation was because of unsolved cases that I personally had investigated, one in particular. So as soon as I came back to cold case homicide, the very first thing I did was go and pull Jamie Sheldon's case and bring it over to my desk. That's the first case that went there. And was able to work, you know, I was honored to be able to work on cases like that and others that I had been a part of when I was a detective, yes.
So in terms of, just explain to the jury what a cold case is. Can you explain that?
Certainly. So a cold case is officially cold when the detectives who are originally assigned to it are no longer there, whether they transferred out or they retired. If there isn't an original detective assigned to the case, it's considered cold, right? No one's assigned to it. Those cases can be handed off to other detectives that are still in the unit. I remember, you know, when Marty Wildman left the department, he came over to me personally and said, hey, I'm handing Teresa Insana to you. Can you take this case on and continue to follow it up? It's considered cold because he's gone, right? As soon as he left, it's officially a cold case. But if there's a detective who was originally assigned to the case, it's their case until they're done, right? You're not going to go stepping on toes and just pulling cases and start working on other people's stuff unless they asked you to do it.
And with regards to the cold case unit, I'm assuming there's probably 2 detectives who are the official detectives for the unit, and then you have investigators, retired homicide detectives that help with the investigation?
That's correct. Initially when Sergeant Hefner, sergeant in homicide, but then came back with me at the same time. So the 2 of us came back and we were on our own. Like we had a sergeant that was assigned to us, but basically they were a signature block. We could pull any case that we wanted and work on those. The department saw, thankfully, a lot to do with the work that we were getting accomplished, where we solved 20, 25-year-old cases, and you know, the department's able to go to the media and say, look, you know, we're not giving up after all these years. We're going to continue to follow these cases and solve them. Because of that success level, then the department dedicated 2 full-time detectives that were still in homicide to the cold case unit. And then we had, I want to say 3, 4 more cold case investigators that were assigned to us. So I think we had a total of 5 or 6 at one point, plus the 2 detectives and a dedicated sergeant to the cold case unit.
So in terms of your work in the cold case as an investigator, you're not a detective, right?
No.
So there is a difference in terms of your responsibilities versus the responsibilities of a detective.
Correct.
Because the detective would be the law enforcement officer.
Certainly.
And you are a person helping the law enforcement officer.
Essentially, I mean, we can still steer the investigation where we want it to go. We're doing interviews, we're doing those things, but say authoring a search warrant. So if we run into a situation where we need a search warrant done, it's going to be, it may get written by one of us, but it's going to be sworn to as an affidavit by a detective on the department who's a sworn police officer.
Have you ever drafted a report, I don't know, 8 years after you started an investigation?
Well, because of cold case, yes, certainly.
But yeah. just as a police officer or a detective, have you ever waited, say, years to draft an actual report on something?
I don't know what would be my record-breaking delay in authoring a report, but I'd say, you know, if you're dealing with a case where there's nobody in custody, like you haven't arrested anybody, I mean, it probably pushing 2 years before I finally said, you know, and even reluctantly said, all right, I'm going to close this officer's report. It's signed off because we've run out of investigative leads. We're to that point. There's really nothing else coming in, and now that's officially done. Then there could be maybe somebody calling up, or we could have somebody that gets in a jam, right, where they're now looking at serious time. This has happened to us in cold case, where now that person says, hey, I have information on a murder. So now it's completely open. Now the case is back up and running, and there would be a new officer's report started at that point in time to complete that investigation. I know where the gun is, I know who did the shooting, and now we've got a solved case after 15, 20 years.
Now, have you ever delayed writing an officer's report after going to the grand jury and presenting evidence on that same case?
Yeah, I would say that I've gone to grand jury before officer's reports are done. I would say that I've gone to grand jury before I've started an officer's report. Again, because for me personally, and for a lot of the guys that I work with, I'm not completely OCD, but I mean, certainly there's things that I need to get done, or I'm not going to be able to sleep, that kind of thing. You may feel that way. But I always get the case management form started and maintained up to date. It's going to be up to date. If you make a phone call to me, I'm going to document it, date, time, phone call, right? That may not go into the ultimate officer's report because it's superfluous information, didn't mean anything, but I'm going to keep that record in the CMF. I might not even start the officer's report for months, and grand jury may have already happened. Now, I feel now some pressure to get that done, right? Because if I'm going to grand jury, more than likely we have somebody in custody, and I want the district attorney's office to have the benefit of a completed officer's report, although it's not necessary.
Right, and so if you had submitted it to the grand jury or done your grand jury, you're telling us at some point you could delay finalizing your officer's report?
Yes.
Okay. Now, would you delay that officer's report until after you retire?
Well, because I still have a partner that hasn't retired, I can have confidence in doing that. You know, we definitely did have that happen. I recall specifically a double murder that was not, the officer's report wasn't done when I left, because I knew Dean was going to be, Detective Rates was going to be continuing on with it.
Right, so you knew that the other detective would still be the detective handling the case through because you are now retired.
No question.
But what if you didn't have that detective there, that your partner? Would you have delayed after you retired to draft your officer's report?
I would not.
How about?
I wouldn't be able to do it, right? I mean, I just know that I wouldn't be able to do it. That's why when, the limo's out in front of headquarters, I'm typing an officer's report. I literally I got the officer's report done and then went downstairs. And I was done. I was retired.
Now, can you explain to us, I'm sorry for interrupting, but can you explain for us a little bit about why reports are so important to you in your line of work as a homicide detective?
Reports document everything, right? I mean, you need to document your observations. You need to document evidence. And for us, in homicide and even in the gang unit before that, we did that with officers' reports. Officers' reports don't become evidence, right? Officers' reports are so anybody picking up that case file can walk through the investigation from beginning to the last part of an officer's report is conclusion, right? So it may be a conclusion as to what you believe happened and you don't have somebody in custody. It can be a completed officer's report where the case is solved. It's still open, right? But it's at that point when you're doing the conclusion, it's more or less your opinion. This is what we believe based on everything else that precedes it in the officer's report.
Okay. And that would, of course, help you later if you ever recalled to testify in front of a jury to recall what happened.
Oh, absolutely. That's the go-to document for somebody who's preparing for trial is that officer's report. I mean, it can be lengthy. I've written officer's reports that are 70 pages long.
And with regard to those reports and being 70 pages long, fair to say that details are super important when you're doing this kind of investigation.
They are.
And that would be helpful for you to remember details in the future, right, to write a good report.
Right, the more extensive and the more detailed your report, the better off you're going to be, the more prepared you're going to be. But in addition to that, you could be documenting things that you observed or that you knew at the time you were doing the investigation that you don't realize were important, right? So I could document something in a crime scene that seems like it's innocuous, something that's just doesn't seem like it's that important. And then later on, when maybe a suspect's in custody or, the investigation's further, then you find out, oh, that one item that you made a note of now becomes important because the suspect touched it or that was the murder weapon that was cleaned up and stuck over there and nobody realized it.
Now, let's shift gears a little bit here. So you're no longer a detective, you're now working with a cold case. Have you taken on any cold cases that weren't yours to begin with?
Certainly.
And what is typically the standard operating procedure when you are starting your investigation as a cold case investigator?
So you're pulling the case file, right? And it can be extensive, depending on the murder, depending on the case that you're looking at, can be rather extensive. Some of the cases that we were pulling had pouches in them with VHS tapes, right?
All right, counsel?
I would ask if you could proceed.
All right, sure.
jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for purpose of the record, we'll return back to the file of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, everyone, thank you for your patience, and I'm going to ask you for some more patience. All right. Due to an unforeseen circumstance, we're going to excuse you until tomorrow morning. All right. This is not something we saw coming, but you're not to speculate about what it is. You're not to hold it against either side. It's just something that we have to deal with. All right. And so I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. I'm going to remind you, as I have every night for the last number of weeks, don't do any research about this case. Don't talk about it. Don't read anything, don't watch anything about this case or similar cases. And with that, we'll bring you back here. We will deal what we have to deal with, and we'll get right back on track. We are still well within the timeline that I gave you regarding this case, but it's just something we can't control. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow with my thanks for your patience, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right, thank you.
All rise, please.
All right. Maybe we can be seated. Anything we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So we will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
Court, all rise.
Right? There were separate. Right? There were separate boxes that had VHS tapes in them. You probably may even know what a VHS tape. So, and we had cassette tapes, right? Actual physical cassette tapes. So we had to maintain a VHS player in homicide to be able to review those things. So we had some of the archaic methods to review evidence. We would go through the entire case file, and that would give us a starting point. As you might imagine, what we're looking for in cold case, because of the advances in technology, is do we have any trace evidence that wasn't analyzed? Do we have any fingerprints that weren't analyzed? Do we have any DNA that maybe, this precedes DNA? We looked at some cases that were before I was born. Okay, it's my 65th lap around the sun. We were looking at cases before I was even on this planet. So you go through the entire thing and you try and make his heads or tails of where the detective took that investigation to that point. Sometimes that could be difficult, especially if you're dealing with one of those Post-it people, right? You're dealing with one of the ones that were writing notes on cocktail napkins and stuff and keeping them in the case file. We'd pull little notes that were like, I have no clue how this relates to the investigation at all. Don't know if they talked to this person, didn't talk to this person. Was this a witness? Was this a secondary victim? We didn't know. So we'd have to try and track those down. And some of the cases were so old that, people that we were dealing with, they're deceased.
Did you have any success with what you did on the cold case unit?
Oh, certainly, yeah. We closed quite a few.
So when you say closed, meaning that you were able to find out basically the information you needed, the suspect or whatever the case was?
Yes, absolutely. All the way through to an arrest and prosecution and conviction, yes.
And with regard to the success you had on the cold case, did any of those cases not involve some type of technological thing like either a trace, DNA, or fingerprints?
I think I'd say there was none come to my mind that we didn't have something that was redone and reviewed and then came to a conclusion or pointed to a specific person that we were then able to go and interview. We had one where we flew to Toledo and we got a confession on a murder that happened here in Las Vegas because that person
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So yesterday, when you first took the stand, Attorney Reddington asked you a little bit about your background. Recall that?
Yes.
And you, in this field of being a psychologist and a forensic psychologist, you circulate a curriculum vitae where all that is outlined, right?
Yes.
And fair to say, you testified yesterday, and on your curriculum vitae, you speak briefly about the fact that you have previously testified for the Commonwealth, you said, as well as for the defense, correct?
Yes.
You referred to defendants and respondents, right?
Yes.
And so one of the things that you've done in the past is to be what's called a qualified examiner, right?
Yes.
You are currently not actively doing those examinations, are you?
I actually have done one, but I don't actively do that anymore.
Okay. And so in those respects, is that when you say you testify for the Commonwealth, is that primarily the work that you would do where you say you testify for the Commonwealth?
Yes.
And in those evaluations that you do, is it fair to say that you're actually an independent contractor with a company that contracts with the Department of Correction on those cases?
Those are what qualified examiners are. That's correct. That's how you become a qualified examiner through the DOC.
Right. And an examiner, a qualified examiner, is retained or takes work in doing evaluations in order to perform independent assessments, are they not?
Yes.
So they're not hired by the Commonwealth.
They are, because the company that retains the qualified examiners is hired by the Commonwealth, and these forensic psychologists are then appointed cases to do these types of examinations. So it's under the big umbrella of the Commonwealth.
So, yeah, big umbrella Commonwealth, meaning Department of Correction, an agency that is under the seal of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But as far as when we talk about Commonwealth, like Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, that's the prosecution. In those proceedings, the Department of Corrections sometimes is the moving party, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it's the District Attorney's Office who's the moving party.
Yes.
But it's never the defendant who's the moving party.
Never.
And in those types of proceedings, sometimes if you opine a person is what they call sexually dangerous, you would testify for the Commonwealth, right?
Yes.
And if they're not, or if you find that they're not sexually dangerous, you'd testify for the respondent.
Yes, we're neutral.
So you're not
Testify with
testifying
facts.
for the Commonwealth. As in the prosecution, you're testifying under the big umbrella of the Commonwealth.
I think it's a matter of semantics, because if you do an evaluation and you render an opinion that this patient is sexually dangerous, when you testify, you are working with the district attorney's office and you review your case with the DA. And the way I see it is that you're testifying for the Commonwealth as an independent examiner, but on that day, you're testifying for the Commonwealth or that DA's office.
And you haven't done that work in closely a decade, fair to say?
No, that's not true.
Well, pre-pandemic, correct?
That's not true.
So when was the last time you testified for the Commonwealth, meaning the prosecution, in an SDP proceeding?
So I was assigned a case through Suffolk County, the Sexual Dangerousness Unit, by ADA, Kelly Ryan, Kelly. And I did that evaluation on July 2nd, 2026.
And have you testified at a probable cause hearing for that?
No, I wrote a report which was in lieu of testifying.
Where you opined that somebody was sexually dangerous?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say, though, the majority of your work here in Massachusetts over the last few years is contracted with the Committee for Public Counsel Services, correct?
Yes.
And for the fiscal year of 2024, you were paid by CPCS in the open checkbook for approximately $340,000 worth of time and work.
That's about right. We get paid a fixed rate. It's a government rate that's assigned to all examiners.
And for the fiscal year of 2025, it was approximately $300,000 that you were paid through the Committee of Public Counsel Services.
That sounds about right.
You also indicated yesterday that you have known Attorney Reddington for a number of years, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say you've done quite a bit of work with him over the years?
That's an expansive term, but I work
just
with
requires
him.
a yes or a no.
Yes.
And you've also testified that you have your doctorate in clinical psychology, right?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday, or you told us a lot about your military experience, but as you sit here today, you are not a prescriber of medications here in the Commonwealth, are you?
I am not. And I was not yesterday either when I was asked about that.
Right. You told us all about your experience in the military and having that limited ability to prescribe years ago. But as far as you sit here today, and in your evaluations that you do today, you don't do forensic psychiatry evaluations, do you?
That's correct, but I just want to clarify for a point of accuracy. I was not in the military. I worked for the Department of State.
I believe I said your work with the military, but thank you. So here in Massachusetts, you conduct primarily you conduct evaluations in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes, for the most part.
Okay. And you are aware that there are particular standards for forensic psychologists working within the criminal justice system, right?
Yes, but just to be a little more clear, forensic psychologists such as myself also work for police departments doing evaluations for fitness for duty. So although they are law enforcement, they're not engaged or accused of any criminal activity.
Well, I'm referring to your role when you come into the court and you testify as you are today as a forensic psychologist. That's what I'm referring to. You're aware that there are particular standards in place by the ABA criminal justice, mental health standards is one of them, right? You're familiar with that?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the American Psychological Association specialty guidelines for forensic psychology?
Yes.
And fair to say that with those standards, they're not required, but people are encouraged to follow them, right?
I think that's fair to say.
And the criminal justice, the ABA criminal justice mental health standards actually identify the different types of roles that forensic evaluators have in the criminal justice system, including evaluating, consulting, and treating, right?
Yes.
And so, fair to say standard 7-1.3 indicates that for evaluative experts, the obligation is to make a thorough and impartial assessment based on sound evaluative methods to reach an objective opinion. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And so, again, in the American Psychological Association specialty guidelines, section 1.02 indicates that forensic practitioners strive to be unbiased and impartial and avoid partisan presentations of unrepresentative, incomplete, or inaccurate evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Is that a standard you strive to follow?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, you indicated that you've been with the case since February 4th of the year 2023, correct?
Yes, 41 months.
And you've authored a report, you said, in June, I believe, of 2026, correct?
Yes.
But you've also offered other reports or updates of the defendant's condition over the years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you provided a report, an update, I should say, in July of 2025.
Yes.
Do you recall that? And in that report, you identify that as of July 23rd, 2025, that the defendant was residing at Tewksbury Hospital. Do you recall that? Putting that in?
Yes.
And that there was a planned transfer to Worcester Recovery Hospital, or Worcester Recovery Center and Hospital. Do you recall writing that?
I don't know if it was a plan. It was a hope and a goal, but it was not an official plan.
Well, I can provide you with your report if you'd like to review, but it reads, currently, Ms. Clancy resides at Tewksbury Hospital with a planned transfer to Worcester Recovery Center and Hospital.
That sounds right. Yes.
Okay. And that she is presently medication stabilized and is in the process of discontinuing most, if not all, psychotropic medications, demonstrating an emerging capacity to stabilize without them. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
So in July of 2025, it was your opinion that she was stable and she would be, hopefully, as you say, transferred to a different facility, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that currently she's still at Tewksbury Hospital?
Yes.
And currently she's still taking psychotropic medications?
That's true. Yes.
I think you also write in that report, I'll strike that. Going back to your most recent evaluation in June of 2026, you would agree with me that in an evaluation for criminal responsibility, being a forensic psychologist, it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your reports, correct?
Yes.
You want to make sure you get the facts right, right?
Yes.
Because your evaluation is not just based on what you learn from the individual you're evaluating, but also an independent review, an unbiased review of the records of the facts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So in your report, you indicate that the period of evaluation that you had with this individual is approximately 45 hours. Do you recall writing that and testifying about that yesterday?
I think I actually said I've met with her a total of 45 hours, but the evaluation was more than 35 hours, and I think it was 37 hours.
Okay. And you also said yesterday that in addition to that, you've met with her several other times for a total of approximately 60 times at least.
Not 60 additional times, but in total, yes, since the court trial has started a few weeks back.
Okay. Is that typical for you to spend 35 hours with a person that you're evaluating?
It does happen, but it's not typical.
You also indicated yesterday that one of how you became involved in this case is Attorney Reddington called you and asked you to go check on the, I think you said mental well-being. Is that what your
Mental
testimony
health and mental well-being at the time of her admittance to Brigham and Women's Hospital, which was roughly late January 2023.
And your first time there was February 4th, correct?
Yes.
Were you examining her as a potential patient at that point?
I was examining her as a colleague and friend of Attorney Reddington to see how she was faring. There was no predetermined notion whether I would be interested or willing or even offered the opportunity to take the case. I was just going to meet with her, given the fact that she was in a bed in ICU, locked to the bed frame, and no one was able to visit her.
So you went in to visit her?
Yes.
And when you went in to visit her, you indicated that she had recently been extubated in your testimony yesterday. You're aware from the review of the records that she was extubated on January 28th.
Yes. So the difference between January 28th and February 4th, I didn't know the date at that time, but I knew she was able to breathe on her own and express verbal language, yes, expressive language.
You're aware that she had been communicating with staff at the hospital, including psychiatrists, right?
I don't know if I knew at that time, but I knew she had been speaking with the doctors and staff.
Well, a person
but not specifically who it was.
A person who goes through major trauma and is at a hospital and has made suicidal attempts, in your opinion, it would behoove the hospital to have that person talk to a psychiatrist, correct?
Yes. Overall.
Yes.
Now, in addition to meeting with the staff and the psychiatry team, prior to your arrival, were you aware that she had an attorney that had came to visit her a few times? Not Mr. Reddington, but a different attorney.
Yes, I don't know how many times, but I am aware that there was an attorney, Gelb, who was somehow involved in the case.
Okay, so there was somebody that came in to see her prior to you coming in to see her.
Yes.
Now, you testified yesterday that you performed a mental status exam that day on February 4th. Do you recall that?
I do.
Where in your report or the previous report from July or your June report do you outline the results of your mental status exam?
There is none, because if someone's not capable of just explaining who they are, where they are, and if they're clear of mentation and thinking, then I'll meet with them. But if they're not, I won't. So it's a sine qua non. You do that just to make sure you can keep meeting with them and that they are able to understand what you're talking about. Standard practice.
But you indicated yesterday that she did know who she was, right?
Yes.
She didn't know where she was.
Yes.
But I believe your testimony was that she did remember what happened, but she was foggy as to what happened.
Yes, that's correct.
And she actually, according to your testimony yesterday, asked you for your phone or to access your phone to make a phone call. Is that correct?
Yes.
So she was able to communicate with you.
Yes.
She asked you for something and you clearly understood what she was asking for.
Yes.
And you indicated that she asked to call her husband, right?
Yes.
Had you spoken with her husband before that time?
I did not speak with him at that time. I didn't know him, and I had not spoken to him prior to that time.
So how'd you get the phone number to call him?
I did not have the phone number to call.
So she provided you with a phone number to dial so that she could call him on speakerphone, right?
Yes.
And she remembered the number?
Yes.
And so you indicated on that day, on February 4th, that she left a voicemail, right?
Yes.
So in that voicemail message, were you able to identify that it was Patrick Clancy's phone? Did it say, hey, this is Pat, leave a message, or something to that effect?
I don't remember the salutation from the voice recording, but there was no evidence that it was not Patrick Clancy.
And as far as her confidence in the number, she gave it to you with no issue, did she not?
That's correct.
She didn't have her own cell phone to refer to, did she?
That's correct.
Or a pad of paper where all the numbers were written down?
She didn't.
You indicated that she left a message. Do you recall what the message was?
She expressed a love for him, wanted to know how he was doing, and that was pretty much it.
And again, you said that you didn't write down what the mental status exam was, but the fact that she was able to relay that message, was it clear and coherent, what she was saying?
Yes, mental status exams are multiple levels. Different things are asked. If you don't know where you are, it doesn't mean you can't have a conversation with someone.
And she was able to have a conversation with you that day?
Yes.
Now, you said you went back on February 6th and met with her again, correct?
Yes.
And you guys made another attempt at calling Patrick.
Yes.
Again, did you remember the number?
No.
Did you have it stored in your phone?
No.
Did she provide you his phone number to call?
Well, it was in my phone. I could just look it up on my phone. I didn't write it down. I didn't enter his name. Either she gave it to me again, or I just looked it up from 2 days prior.
But you don't recall, as you sit here today, which it was, do you?
No.
And you didn't write a report about that interaction, did you?
I did not.
So in the second phone call, you were able to actually hear that she was talking with Patrick on the other end, right?
Yes.
And at that time, when you were now second time meeting with her and having this phone call, were you aware that she had already changed her healthcare proxy from Patrick to her parents?
I did not know that.
Did you talk to Patrick in between the 4th and the 6th to find out if he had tried to come in to visit her?
I didn't speak to him at all, so I knew nothing about what his plans or intentions were.
Your testimony yesterday was that she had called him to tell him that she loved him and to see where they were at, right?
Yes.
That was your testimony? Meaning what, their relationship?
That I made no interpretation of what that meant. She left the message, and we left it at that.
But in that subsequent conversation that you were a witness to where they were speaking on the phone and she told them about these voices or explained about the voices, did she ask about the kids?
She did not, as I recall.
Now, in all of the times over the course of the last few years that you've met with Miss Clancy, how many times has she told you since the incident that she's heard a voice? Currently?
She has not heard voices since the event took place in 2023.
And you've now testified that over the course of a period of time that she did hear voices, right?
Yes.
And is that based on one of these 35 hours worth of conversations you had with her? How do you know that?
Well, they were collateral contacts. I spoke to other people who I asked the nature of their interactions with Ms. Clancy, and it was not a fishing expedition. I asked them if they can tell me what happened.
Well, I'm asking
but they
you...
disclosed, pardon me.
You have to let them finish.
So they disclosed information to me that Ms. Clancy shared that information with them.
So who did she tell that she had a voice that told her to kill herself?
She spoke to a chaplain named Sheila Kavanaugh, who I spoke with, and Chaplain Kavanaugh told me that Ms. Clancy told her that she heard a male voice instructing her to first kill her children and then to kill herself.
So the same message that she delivered to Patrick that day on the phone, you heard from a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital after the incident occurred in January of 2023?
Yes.
And so from all of the records that you reviewed of her treatment and all of the interviews with her family, who did she tell that she heard voices telling her to kill herself?
I believe she told family members.
Which family members?
I believe she may have said that to her mother. She, I believe, told her husband that she felt like killing herself as well.
In the records with the providers, you're aware, you've reviewed them all and you've sat through all of their testimony. You're aware that when she described intrusive thoughts, she never referred to them as a voice telling her to kill herself, did they? Did she?
No, she was referring to...
It's just a yes or no?
No.
So as far as her reports of these intrusive thoughts that appear over and over in the notes, you would agree that it was simply, when asked about what they were, it was simply that she felt like she wanted to die, right?
Yes, and...
It's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Now, in your report, you go through what's called the sources of information. You're familiar with that part? It's pretty standard in a forensic report, right?
Yes.
Where you list all of the things that you've gone through and reviewed in compiling the information for your report.
So in my sources of information, I reviewed the following, but that list is not limited to the following. So there might be other pieces of information that I may have reviewed, but didn't put in the list.
Okay, so not on the list are the Tewksbury Hospital records that you said you reviewed recently, correct?
Yes, the 7,000 pages of those hospital notes. I didn't review all of them at the time of the report.
Did you review records from the Spalding Rehab Facility?
Yes.
That's not contained, though, in your list, in your report, is it?
I don't think it is.
And you don't cite to any of the Spalding Rehab records in your report coming to your ultimate conclusions, do you?
I do not.
And how about the women and infant records? Did you list that in your sources of information section?
I do not. She was there for one day.
Okay, but you've testified about that, right?
Yes.
Did you review them at all?
Yes.
And as far as the McLean records, you don't list the McLean records as a source of information in your report, do you?
I did not, but I did review them.
Now, you've described, and you describe in your report, that you believe that Ms. Clancy was hypomanic, right?
Yes.
And I believe you testified to some extent, and you've written in your report that you identify her as euphoric, excessively energetic for 3 months postpartum. Do you remember writing that in your report?
Yes.
That you note that she exercised early, right?
Yes.
But you're aware that she exercised pretty frequently before birth.
Yes.
And while pregnant with Callan.
With her children as well, yes.
So it was part of her routine, fair to say, right?
It's part of everyday living. Things sometimes change when you have a baby, and a few weeks later, if you're still doing the same exercise, it's sometimes a reflection of something other than committed to fitness.
And you identify what you refer to as a marketing scam, being that Beachbody business, right?
Yes.
But you're aware that that's a series of workouts and a line of nutritional shakes and exercise plans that millions of people engage in across the country.
Yes.
Okay. So it's not a scam. It's just a way of
That's
a lifestyle choice.
If you do something for marketing and you lose all your money and there's no effort to get that back, it's a scam.
Yeah. You've asked them, you can kind of figure
Sorry.
out what its definition is, so.
Did she tell you she lost money with the Beachbody?
Yes.
When was that?
It was summer of 2022 after her third child was born.
No, when did she tell you that
When
she
did
lost money?
I don't recall that.
And is it in your report?
It may be, but I'm not sure.
Well, I have it with me, or do you have it up there? Can you look and point to me where she told you, at what point she told you she lost money in this endeavor?
I don't know where it is. If it's here, it didn't seem relevant whether she lost money in a scam after her child was born.
Well,
In terms of the big picture of what we're here for today.
You described it as a scam because you said she lost money. So wouldn't it be important to know if she actually lost money?
I don't really think so.
Okay. You also identify the 5-mile race that she completed. Was it a 5-mile race or a 5K race?
Well, I wasn't sure which it was. I was told initially it was a 5-mile race. After my report was submitted, it may have been, with reflection, a 5K race.
And you've sat in the courtroom each and every day of this trial, so you've heard all the testimony about the evidence, right?
Actually, I've not been here every day, but I've been here most days, yes.
You're also aware that prior to the kids being born, that she considered herself a runner.
Yes.
Right? She had a treadmill at her house. She went to the gym and used the treadmill. She ran other races.
Yes.
Now, in your report, you indicate that part of the timeline of her medication and her decline is the September time period where she was prescribed the Zoloft, right?
Yes.
And you indicate that she had reported, and it's reflected in the records, that she increased the Zoloft, and that's when she couldn't sleep for 48 hours straight, right?
Yes.
And you're aware of what the instructions were, having reviewed everything in this case, what the pill bottle said as far as the plan for the Zoloft?
I'm not sure specifically the incremental plan to go from 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams of Zoloft.
Well, I have the bottle, exhibit number 2. Search for me, not Zoloft, right? Brand name Zoloft?
Yes.
It says take 1 oral tablet once a day for 1 week, then increase to 2 tablets daily thereafter.
Right.
Right on the label.
Right. That's 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams.
And again, having been at the majority of this trial, you aware that there were 30 in that prescription and 23 left in the bottle when they were inventoried.
Yes.
And those are pills that were in Patrick Clancy's possession at the time of these events in January, you're aware, right?
Yes, I believe they were in the middle console on the lower part of his truck, the lower part of the middle console in his truck.
So if there's only 7 pills missing from a prescription that requires the person to take a particular dosage for 1 week or 7 days, how did she double the dose?
Well, sometimes when you are given medication, you may have medication of the same exact dosage and the same exact medication another time, and you therefore may have pills that you didn't take the previous month or the month before that, and sometimes people just finish what they've had before and before they go on to the most current dose. So I am aware of what you're referring to, but I don't know if there are other bottles there that she may have had medication still in those pill bottles.
Well, I'm looking at exhibit number 1, a record from CVS Pharmacy, which all of these bottles are from. And the only time a prescription for sertraline is filled is on September 15th, 2022 for 30 pills. You aware of that?
Yes?
So there's no prior prescription for sertraline, is there?
I don't think so.
Now, in your report, you also refer to 1129, and your report on page 8, paragraph 2 says on 1129, Paula Gelada. Is that supposed to be Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
Okay. So it also says that she prescribed Seroquel to treat Ms. Clancy's anxiety, depressed and unstable mood, and psychotic symptoms of disassociation and derealization. Where is that in Rebecca Gelada's record that that's why she prescribed Seroquel?
I'm not sure.
And in fact, you were present when Ms. Gelada testified and said that she prescribed it at 25 milligrams for insomnia, not for anxiety, depression, unstable mood, or psychotic symptoms. Did she not?
It's used off-label. It's sometimes medications are made for many things. Sometimes they're used off-label, not for what they're prescribed for. So that's a medication that is used for sleeping, although it's an antipsychotic.
But you're aware from reviewing the records and hearing testimony that that initial prescription was for a 25 milligram dose, correct?
Yes.
I know you're not a prescriber, but you're aware that a dose for treatment of bipolar is significantly higher than 25 milligrams.
Yes.
Now, you've described in your testimony in this court repeated auditory hallucinations about wanting to kill herself or that she should kill herself and that she is damaged or her brain is damaged, right?
That's correct.
Now, did you have a conversation with her in one of these 35 hours about that particular voice or thought or belief?
So